Right, good morning everybody. It's 10 o'clock and I'm now going to start the meeting. IT support will continue while we are going through the preliminaries, as it were. Right, so first of all, the announcement which we have to make before every meeting with regard to COVID-19 attendance at this meeting. Due to the coronavirus pandemic, the Council will be holding this meeting electronically in accordance with the relevant regulations. Members of the public may also attend this meeting in an electronic capacity, and there is a link on the Council's website for them to do so. Members of the Council are asked to keep their microphones and cameras switched off until called to speak, and switch their microphones and cameras off once they have finished speaking. To indicate a wish to speak, members should request to do so using the meeting chat function. At the end of the debate on each item of business, there will be a vote. Members should use the electronic voting form, which will be loaded to the bottom of the meeting chat function at the appropriate time, and I will declare the result after each vote. Officers are in attendance, but will keep their cameras and microphones switched off unless called to speak. And breaks will be incorporated into the meeting as appropriate, and I shall be aiming for a comfort break at around about 11:30 and a lunch break around about 1 o'clock, and we will have 45 minutes for lunch and reconvene at 1:45. Right, moving on to the agenda. Apologies. I have none, but in view of the coronavirus pandemic, any members not present at this meeting are considered to have given their apologies. Item number 1 on this agenda is the minutes, and at 1.1, could I ask Council to confirm the minutes of the meeting on the 21st of July 2020 as a correct record? Could I ask members to indicate any objections in the chat function, and I'll give you a minute or so to type in an objection. Right, there are no objections listed as yet, therefore I would declare that these minutes have been agreed. Thank you. Chairman's announcements at item 2. There is only one, which regards the local government elections in May 2021, and it's the end of term survey for members. And in preparation for next year's local government elections and end of term members survey has been prepared. The survey is designed to gather useful information and feedback from members on their role to help inform future planning, and has been designed for all members, not just those considering not standing at the next election. The survey, which will be electronic, will be launched during the last week of October. All members will receive the link to the survey and are encouraged to complete it. Item 3, public questions. There are none. Item 4, public petitions. There are none. And then we move on to item 5, which is officer reports relevant to executive portfolios. Moving on to item 5A, which is the adoption of the revised Minerals and Waste Development Scheme. Could I invite Derek Ashley to move the motion? And you have 5 minutes, Derek.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Chairman. Good morning, members. This is a fairly straightforward piece of process. And seeks to adopt the revised Minerals and Waste Development Scheme. This comes to the County Council as part of our strategic planning framework. It has passed through a panel without comment, and Cabinet recommend it to be brought forward to the County Council for agreement. The resolution is on the order paper, and I formally move.
Thank you, Derek. Could I invite Adam Mitchell to second? And Adam, you have 3 minutes to speak if you reserve your right.
Hello there. I won't need 3 minutes. I formally second the motion as on the order paper, and I reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Could I invite John Hale as lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group? And John, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I won't take up the whole 5 minutes as we are supporting this motion. It is regrettable that circumstances have led to yet another delay in the production of these plans, but that is how life is, and I think it's time that we carry on and move forward on getting the plans produced and put out to consultation according to the revised schedule. So I have nothing more other than that to say that we'll be supporting it.
Thank you, John. Your brevity is appreciated. I'd like to invite Asif Khan, lead speaker for the Labour group, to speak. And Asif, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. Just to, again, we'll be supporting about just 2 points I just want to raise briefly. The estimate to carry out the review over 3 years is £1,131,746. And I'm just a little concern about the Ellenbrook Quarry that needs to be reviewed again, as the development control had rejected the planning application. So I'm just a little concerned, and hopefully we'll meet the timetable, but just concerned that it's still mentioned within the documents in the particular review, which may need to be removed following the decision of the development control regarding that particular area of the quarry. But despite those 2 points, we will be supporting this.
Thank you, Asif. Are there any other speakers on this item? No one has indicated that they wish to speak. Therefore, could I invite Derek Ashley to, could I invite Adam Mitchell to speak for 3 minutes if he wishes?
No, nothing further at this time, Chairman. Thank you.
Right. Derek Ashley, do you wish to exercise your right of reply? You're on mute, Derek. Derek, you're on mute.
My apologies. It's okay. My apologies. I don't think the events in development control will affect this timetable. I'm confident that this revised minerals waste development scheme will stay on track.
Thank you. And I note that Margaret Eames Patterson asked to speak, but it was after I'd already called for, Adam for his right to reply. So therefore, she was out of time, unfortunately. Sorry, Margaret. Now, could I ask Council to vote? And can I advise members again, they should use the electronic voting system, which will be loaded at the bottom of the chat function. Select and submit your votes.
No people are voting.
I'm sorry?
Chair, we can't see it because it gets covered up by the chat boxes. We can't see the voting box.
Right.
I don't know why that's happening.
Okay, so can we have, and in fact it's happening on mine as well. So,
Chairman, if members just move the pane by putting on their finger on the top line where it says County Council, you can move the pane over. Move it away from the chat boxes.
So if you click on it, are you saying it disappears?
Yeah, if you go to the top right hand corner, use the minimization button there to make the screen slightly smaller, the actual pane that you're viewing for the meeting slightly smaller, and then if you put your finger or your button and click, you can drag the whole pane to the one side, clear of the blue boxes.
Or an alternative, Madam Chairman, is if people do not use the chat to cast their vote, but rather use the vote to cast their vote, that won't be a problem.
Sadly, Madam Chairman, I have no vote option, so I've got to use chat.
I've got no vote option either.
I've got no vote option either.
No, mine's gone as well, sorry.
So if you scroll up the chat box, you will find it. It's there.
It's been overwhelmed by the words agreed from various people.
Yeah, my recommendation is if the chat box isn't used, everybody will be able to see the voting panel.
Chairman here, can I ask people not to put anything in the chat box? If you scroll upwards, because what you're doing is pushing the voting section out of view. So if you scroll backwards, if you like, to you should eventually hit the voting area.
If I may, Madam Chair, Richard's suggestion was spot on, and it works. If everybody goes up to where it says County Council above the instructions, and click on that, and then move the panel across to the left, you then escape the blue. It minimises the screen, but you then escape the blue signs that come up alongside, and so you can see the chat box quite well.
We have all party agreement on that because I've done it as well. Judy Billing here.
Excellent. And so far we've had 52 votes in the correct place. So can everybody now find item 5A, minerals, the motion, and put vote in that voting box now?
Chair, can I make a point? Officers must be tearing their hair out. They've sent out instructions how to do this on numerous occasions, and if people aren't reading them, it's a poor show.
Chair, it's Judy here. Could I just say to Tim that's a little unfair because some rather different things are happening this morning.
Right, can we stop all chatter and chat, please, and just concentrate on the vote? It's not helpful at this time. Although the intentions are good, I accept that.
Silly question, Sandy here. How do I know that my vote has gone through? I've clicked for submit vote and nothing happens. But does it mean at the other end they know?
It means that Andy, Sandy, that is what happens. Okay. If you move down below the vote box, you scroll down, you'll see the number who voted for and who voted against. So we've had 59 responses so far.
So I have to assume that my vote has been recorded. Right?
Indeed.
Does it remain in the
right, and there is one in other.
What's the other one?
Who is the other? Do we know?
It's not showing actually. It's unanimously for.
Right, okay.
58 votes.
I've got 61.
Yeah, it's come through now.
Chairman, excuse me, but have you not got enough of a majority now to announce the vote, or are officers waiting for everybody to vote?
We've reached a situation where 62 people have responded on that basis. As there is a majority for, that vote is agreed. Right, before we move on to 5.2, can I please urge everyone please don't use the chat box unless you are going to ask, you're involved in the debate. Because I'm now scrolling through about 30 messages before I've got to the bottom of the screen, so that I can see who is wanting to talk about the item under discussion. Right, okay, so moving then on to 5B 5.2, which is the public consultation on the draft waste local plan. Could I invite Derek Ashley to move the motion, please, Derek, and you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. This is the second of two reports relating to Minerals and Waste Plan, and this one is seeking approval to go to public consultation on the draft waste local plan under Regulation 18. I'll formally move the resolution on the order paper and make just a couple of comments. The waste plan is an integral part of our strategic planning policies. One of the highlights in this particular plan going forward is the recognition that we do have a shortage of disposal facilities, particularly for construction waste, and that's recognised in the report, and indeed there is an extra policy to actually deal with that. But at the moment, this is seeking approval of a public consultation commencing on the 11th of January to the 19th of March next year, and I formally move. You're on mute, Colette.
Can I invite Adam Mitchell to second?
I formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. Could I invite John Hale, who is the lead speaker for the Liberal Democratic Group, to speak? And you have 5 minutes, John.
I think, can I ask Steve Jarvis to take this? I've got a drill going on outside my house.
Fine, absolutely fine, John. So, Stephen, the stage is yours.
Okay, thank you. So I think that I'm not going to take the 5 minutes. I think we are entirely happy that this should go for public consultation. Clearly, there is a revised approach in terms of trying to identify criteria rather than individual sites. And we will have to see what the results of the public consultation are in relation to that approach, but we are perfectly content for it to go forward for public consultation.
Thank you, Steve. Could I invite Asif Khan as lead speaker for the Labour Group to speak? And you have 5 minutes, Asif.
Thank you. And again, we're in favour of the consultation. The only comment I'd like to make is that during the COVID period, that efforts are made to consult as wide as possible, using as many means as electronic, for example, so we get the views of residents and businesses about this particular issue. But other than that, more content with this timetable.
Thank you. All other speakers have 3 minutes, and you indicate you wish to speak in the chat box. Margaret Eames-Patterson, can you speak, please, Margaret?
Thank you, Chair. Can you hear me?
I can.
I was only just going to say that there was a bit of confusion because of it being called the Revised Minerals and Waste Development Scheme in the agenda, and that we do support, and I support very much, the consultation on waste. But just because I wasn't able to speak just now, I was concerned as to how we are going to replace the 8.2 million tonnes of sand and gravel, because the Ellenbrook Quarry was removed on the previous motion. And because the quarry has had a DCC meeting which rejected a very important quarry, it was actually the specific Site 1 quarry, there will be, I think, some changes to the timetable. So I was a bit surprised at Derek saying there was no problem with the timetable, but there is another quarry site that's been proposed with 10 million tonnes of sand and gravel, which is more than Ellenbrook, but we haven't seen any discussion of that, and there won't be, it appears, any consultation of that. So I was a little bit worried, actually, about the mineral plan being part of this whole of 5A motion going forward, the adoption of the revised minerals and waste development scheme. I think I've made myself clear, and I'm just a little bit unhappy. But I have heard that if Derek feels the timetable won't change, then I'm glad he's so confident.
Right. Thank you, Margaret. Does anybody else wish to speak on this item? No, then can I ask Adam Mitchell? Adam, do you wish to exercise your right to speak?
Just very quickly to comment on what Asif said about the broadness of the consultation. Obviously, we encourage everybody to take part who has an interest in this, and we'd also encourage councillors who think there may be residents who are interested in this to take part as well. So, of course, as many responses as possible, it would be a good thing and encouraged.
Thank you, Adam. Derek, would you like to exercise your right of reply?
Thank you, Chairman. I mean, I take Margaret's point, but I don't think it's relevant to either of these two items at the moment. The Minerals and Waste Development Scheme, I don't anticipate we're going to have a problem with the current timetable, because I think we've got some further consideration to make. I think Margaret wanted to ask me a question later on in the agenda, and I've got a reply to that, so we'll perhaps come back to that later on.
Right. Thank you, Derek. We're now going to move to the vote. Can I ask members just refrain from speaking at the moment, and can we have the vote box coming up? This vote box should be on your screen now. And if you just tap on the blue, if the blue flags come up, then then just tap on them and they should disappear.
Mine's still, Chair Dreda Gordon, mine's still got the 4 from the previous vote, which I did submit, but it hasn't cleared.
It should be lower down. It's a separate poll.
It's in a separate
poll, 5B.
Right. It is a separate vote. You have to scroll down and you will come to 5B. Right, the vote has now closed. We have a majority, therefore that motion is passed. Thank you. Moving on to item.
Colette, before you do, I'm sorry, just very brief.
That?
It's Judy, and just very briefly.
Sorry, what's the matter, Judy?
Oh, please don't talk to me like that. I just wanted to say that actually, don't sigh at me either, Colette. I just wanted to say that you closed that vote before I'd managed to scroll. Now, I'm not stupid and I'm not technically silly, but could you just give us a slightly longer period of time to vote?
Yes, please.
Point taken, Judy, and sorry for the sigh.
All right.
So it's the weight of office.
I know.
Right.
And the weight of the chain as well.
Indeed. Right. And I'm still receiving votes in the chat box. Right. If I can go back to that vote, I would just say that although the vote is now closed, there were 63 in favour and no one at that point had voted against. So clearly, although there might still be problems with people getting in to vote, the majority of the meeting voted for the motion. Right, moving on to item 5C. Right. 5C, Hertfordshire Growth Board, the establishment of joint committees. 5.3. Could I invite David Williams to move the motion? David, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, colleagues. Chair, at Appendix 1 to the report, it provides a very full and clear background to the Growth Board and the proposal, and hopefully colleagues have had an opportunity to look at that. The Hertfordshire Growth Board was established in 2018, and membership consists of the County Council, 10 districts and boroughs, and the Herts LEP. This is an initiative that has drawn a lot of attention from the Ministry of Housing, Communities and Local Government, and more broadly across local government. It's made great progress and established 2 growth corridor programme boards. So we have the Southern East-West Growth Corridor Programme Board and the Northern East-West Corridor Programme Board as well. And they have in turn instigated a whole series of local projects. Importantly, the board responded to an invitation from MHCLG to work with them to develop a proposition to secure government support and develop new delivery and devolution models. And this included an accelerated housing delivery programme. Moving to establish a statutory joint committee will bring the work of the Growth Board within a legally prescribed process, the so-called Section 101 committee process. Good governance requires an associated scrutiny function to be established alongside. So subject to all of the partners agreeing to establish a Section 101 joint committee and taking the proposal through their governance arrangements, the first Growth Board joint committee will take place in July 2021 rather than December 2020 as set out at paragraph 1.5 of Appendix 1. Already the Local Enterprise Partnership has agreed has arrived at the necessary agreements to support the proposal, as has Watford Borough Council. The recommendation was considered by the Growth Infrastructure Planning and Economy Cabinet panel and yesterday at Cabinet, and is now recommended as per set out on the order paper, Chair. Thank you.
Right, thank you, David. Could I invite Teresa Heritage to second, please? And Teresa, when you have your right to speak, if you reserve it, you get 3 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I formally second and reserve my right to speak. Colette, you're muted.
Can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst, lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, to speak? And Stephen, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning, Colette, fellow councillors. The establishment of the joint board is fully supported, the joint committee rather, is fully supported by the Liberal Democrat group, and I'm hoping it's going to be fully supported by the whole chamber. This is a significant step forward. The Growth Board's been in operation since 2018. Effectively, the meeting, because of the nature of the meetings and the involvement of the 10 district and borough councils and the Local Enterprise Partnership, these meetings have been held in private, and the discussions in relation to investments, the growth corridors that David Williams has just mentioned, have been discussed effectively in private. The movement to the joint committee opens this up to be very much more democratic in terms of accountability to the public, and the arrangement whereby you have a scrutiny function as well as actually having the ability of members of the public to be able to raise questions both at the joint committee and at the scrutiny committee of what has happened. Here, I believe, is an important step forward. Interestingly, and indeed perhaps more importantly, is the joint cooperation and working that has been enabled through the function of the Growth Board so far, and the taking forward of that. And I hope that all 10 districts will decide to sign up. Watford did last week. Three Rivers has a proposal to its full council tonight, which I will be moving to equally sign up to this protocol for the establishment of the Joint Committee. I think this is a significant role, irrespective of our disagreements over local government reform. The fact that joint working in this sort of framework can deliver significant investment via central government to our communities. And I think it is important that we take this next step forward. And as David has said, this has been watched very closely by central government as a way forward of establishing the proper procedures to enable that investment to be controlled and delivered to the benefit of our communities. So this is fully supported by the Liberal Democrat group, and I hope it will be by the council. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Could I invite Judy Billings, lead speaker for the Labour group, to speak for 5 minutes? Judy.
Well, I definitely won't speak for 5 minutes because Stephen has expressed what is also the view of the Labour group, that we are in full support of this. We believe it's absolutely the right way to be joining up into some sort of, you might almost say, combined authority at the minute, which enables the districts and the county to work together extremely well as they have been, but now in a more accountable way with a scrutiny function and open meetings. And that is much to be commended. At a time of a pandemic, taking forward a piece of successful work and turning it into even greater cooperation is absolutely the thing to do, rather than anything more elaborate or silly that we'll come on to later on in the meeting. So this has our full support. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you, Judy. Are there any other speakers?
Chair, I've indicated by raising the hand because I can't, the meeting chat is muted and I can't add anything to it.
Sharon, that's fine. Off you go.
Thank you. I just wanted to express my strong support for this Growth Board, the next stage of the Growth Board work. I chair the North East Central part of the corridor work. It's progressing extremely well, and I would commend the work that's been done so far across the county to bring together what I think is a very ambitious and visionary programme for our county, which also plays very strongly to the clear strengths of Hertfordshire in the lifestyle we have here, and protecting and driving forward for the future the economy of our county. I think it's certainly the best way forward for Hertfordshire, and we'll come on later to discuss other items relating to that. But the work that's been done on this Growth Board has been exciting, energising, and we are really forging together for the future of Hertfordshire. I welcome that. I thank all my colleagues in Hertfordshire for the amount of commitment they've shown to it, and I hope we can approve this wholeheartedly today, and that it will get approved by all of the other 9 districts that are yet to take it to their council meetings. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Sharon. Does anybody else wish to contribute to the debate? No, then can I ask Teresa Heritage if she wishes to exercise her right to reply?
Just a short reply, thank you. I fully endorse this governance mechanism, as it shows a strong commitment for the equitable and sustainable delivery of growth across Hertfordshire, and I look forward to seeing us reap the benefits from government. Thank you.
Thank you. Could I invite David Williams to exercise his right of reply?
Thank you, Chair, and I'd like to thank Stephen, Judy, and Sharon for their really supportive comments. And I think it is important that we should recognise the contribution that Patsy Dell has made to the development and evolution of the Growth Board. Her contribution to this has been absolutely key. So on that note, I would join with colleagues and urge all of the council's members to support the motion on the order paper. Thank you, Chair.
Right, thank you, David. Now, shortly, we should get the voting screen. And it should be at the bottom of your screens now. And again, if you want to vote against, it's 5C. If you want to vote for, you want to vote against or abstain. And each time you can change your vote. Each time you press submit until I've closed the vote, you can make sure that you voted in the right place. So the only indication that you've voted is if you vote, for example, for, you press the submit button and it will light up briefly. Then you know that your vote has been submitted. Those of you with a touch screen, if you're getting those annoying blue messages which are blocking out the chat box, if you tap on it, that should remove them.
Colette, sorry, it's Bob here. I've got the voting box on my screen, but I don't have the little dots to press.
Oh.
So I can't effectively. Oh, it's come up now. Sorry, sorry to trouble you.
It's okay. Okay. Right, I am now going to close the vote. And the vote is 65 for, with no against and no abstentions. Therefore, that motion has been carried. Moving on to 5D 5.4, which is Members' Allowances 2020 to 21. It's a report of the Independent Panel on Members' Allowances reconvened. Could I invite David Williams to move the motion, please, David? And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. I haven't had an opportunity to discuss this with my fellow group leaders. Unfortunately, it wasn't available for discussion at our pre-council meeting. The background to this is that every year the independent panel determines the allowances that should be paid to councillors. And this is a process that we have participated in for at least 20 years now. And we have always accepted the decisions of the panel that whenever they've been published annually. This year, with the settlement across local government not decided, when the panel met at the back end of last year, it was concluded that members' allowances would be increased by 2%, but there would be the opportunity for the panel to re-examine the situation once the national arrangements for the pay settlement across local government was agreed. And as all members will be aware, the agreement reached was that there would be an increase in remuneration of 2.75%. So the report that's in front of us now is the follow-up and the reconvening of the panel who have considered whether to uplift the allowances paid to members by 0.75 to a total of 2.75. And their view was, and they didn't take evidence from either Judy, Stephen or myself on this occasion, the conclusion that they reached was that that should be the new level of allowances for members of Hertfordshire County Council. So the proposal in front of us is whether to accept that, given the history of members and councils accepting the advice of the independent panel in all previous years. My recommendation, as set out in the order paper, is that the council does approve the scheme for members' allowances for 2021, which adopts all of the recommendations in the panel set out at section 2 of the report, and commend those motions at 1 and 2 on the order paper to colleagues. Thank you, Colette.
Thank you, David. Could I invite Teresa Heritage to second?
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Formally second and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. And I'd like to move to the debate. Can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst, lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group, to speak? And you have 5 minutes, Steve. Stephen.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm sure I won't need 5 minutes. To some extent, David has covered this. The independent panel was set up over 20 years ago for all local authorities and to determine members' allowances as an independent arbitrator by which each of the political groups, or indeed non-political groups, could make submissions in terms of what they felt were the appropriate levels. And they took evidence and advice from neighbouring authorities of a parallel, i.e. other county councils in the case of Hertfordshire. And even though on occasions I haven't always agreed with the decisions of the independent panel, vis-a-vis, for instance, the allowances of the deputy executive members, I and my group have always supported what the independent panel has come up with, because what is the point of an independent panel making those recommendations if we do not accept them? And the basis that has been worked out in previous years is that the basic allowance is in line with the National Joint Council, the NJC, for the local government employees settlement. And of course, this proposal in front of us reflects that particular baseline that has been used and now for a number of years in terms of members' basic allowances and obviously the subsequent responsibility allowances. So on that basis, this side will be supporting the recommendation that we go along with the decision of the independent panel.
Thank you, Stephen. Could I invite Judy Billing, lead speaker for the Labour Group, to speak? And Judy, you have 5 minutes.
Yes, I don't need 5 minutes either. The Labour Group will also be supporting this proposal. I couldn't remember when the process had started for this civic year. David saying it was at the back end of last year. All I knew was that it was in a different world and a different place and somewhere we don't inhabit anymore. It was that long ago. I too think that you shouldn't have an independent panel and then not take its advice. I've seen that done in other places for purely political gain, and it's never a good look, I have to say. All I would urge members is to be very careful with the speed with which they rush out and spend the back pay of their 0.75% extra that they'll be getting. Don't go mad, everybody.
Thank you, Judy. Are there any other speakers on this item? No. Teresa, do you wish to exercise your right to reply?
No, nothing else to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. David Williams, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Yes, Colette, thank you. I have nothing to add.
Right, thank you. Then can we move to the vote? And at the bottom of your screen, you should be getting the vote box, which says item 5D, voters' allowances. And again, if you tap on these little messages, they just seem to go away. So, and Margaret Eames Patterson said you have. Margaret Eames Patterson said you have.
Chair, I'm unable to vote. An error has occurred.
Yeah, I've got no buttons.
Are you in the right vote?
Yes.
In the right vote?
Yes.
Right.
So 5D. 5D, 62 responses, and error has occurred.
Can I just vote somewhere else?
You can vote in chat on this occasion.
Thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Okay. It's odd because all the buttons appeared on the previous votes.
Margaret, could you mute?
Right, I'm going to close the vote. We have 69 for and 1 against. So that motion has been carried. Thank you. Right, we now move on to the executive report to the County Council, and I call upon the leader of the council to move. David, can you present the report and move the motion? And you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Colette. On this occasion, I have nothing to add, so I will simply invite Council to receive the report and note the forward plan. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Moving on to item 6B, motions arising from the executive report. And I'd just like to remind members that there will be a 2-hour period for debate on the motions. If we get close to the 2-hour time limit, I'll explain how the motion, which is then under debate, or any that have not been moved, will be dealt with. And in the meantime, in relation to the motions below, the 2-hour period will start to run as soon as I invite the Liberal Democrat move to move the motion at 6B little I. So, right, can I invite Steve Jarvis to move the motion? And Steve, you have 5 minutes, please.
Thank you, Colette. Back in the early part of September, the Growth Planning, Infrastructure and Economy panel had a presentation from the Hertfordshire LEP, at which they were talking about the impact that the COVID pandemic had had on the economy of Hertfordshire. And they explained to us that they believed that the impact on the GVA, the gross value added in Hertfordshire, would be to reduce it from 40 billion a year to 35 billion a year, which is equivalent of removing the entire construction sector from the economy. So a pretty significant impact. And that their estimate at that time was that it might result in the loss of something like 60,000 jobs. They revised that down from an initial estimate of 100,000, but 60,000 is still a very substantial number, undoubtedly. And of course, it's worth recalling that at the start of September, there was still, I think, a fairly widespread expectation that we are in a situation where recovery was going to continue, that we were going to see a continuing reduction in the number of restrictions, and that we might therefore see some sort of upturn in economic activity. And of course, that's not what happened. It's interesting to note that at the time that report was given to us by the LEP, the rate of infections in Hertfordshire was significantly lower, but the rate of Manchester was less than the rate currently is in Hertfordshire. So we've seen a significant deterioration in the situation, and that's undoubtedly going to have an impact on the economy. Now, there have been claims that the government's been pursuing a strategy majoring on protecting the economy, but all the indications are that actually the way to protect the economy is to reduce the incidence of the pandemic. If one looks across the world at the places that have had the lowest economic impact, they are the places that have dealt most effectively with the pandemic in terms of reducing the number of people who become infected and the number of people who die. Based on OECD figures, the lowest economic impact anywhere in the world is in Taiwan. Taiwan, their economy has been impacted by 0.6%, and they have 0.3 deaths for every 100,000 people. South Korea, the economy has been impacted by 3%, and they have 1.9 deaths for every 100,000 people. Coming somewhat closer to home, in Norway, there's 5.2 people have died out of every 100,000, and the economy has been reduced by 5.3% in size. And in the UK, the equivalent figures are 63 deaths per 100,000 and an economic impact of 21.7%. So it's absolutely clear that the key to dealing with the economic impact in Hertfordshire, as indeed everywhere else, is an effective series of policies that deal with the pandemic and reduce the number of people who are impacted by it. But it's also clear that that isn't going to happen very quickly now. I think we've seen the events of the last few days have indicated that the public support, for the widespread public support for really quite substantial measures which the government had earlier in the year is no longer there. a combination of the behaviour of some of the government's prominent supporters and the frequent changes in rules and applying different rules in different areas has, I think, undermined a lot of the public support that there was for taking actions, and it will take a significant amount of time and effort, I think, to regain that. So there will be a need to provide
Steve, you have 30 seconds.
For businesses whilst that is happening, and the current proposals to do that certainly need to be improved. There's also a need to look at what happens in terms of promoting businesses after that. I would therefore like to move the motion set out in the order paper, calling on the council to support those things and to advise the government and urge the government to address those issues.
Thank you, Steve. I'd now like to invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to second, and if you are reserving your right to speak, Stephen, you have 3 minutes.
I am reserved. I formally reserve my right to speak, although the message that came up said 1 minute to speak for Steve, not 30 seconds.
Indeed, slight technical hitch at my end, but it was corrected. I gave him extra time. Right. Can I invite David Williams as lead speaker for the Conservatives group to speak? And you have 5 minutes, David.
Thank you, Colette. I'm going to ask members and colleagues to vote against this motion, and let me outline the reasons why. I think we've seen in Hertfordshire a combination of the national steps that have been taken, particularly by the Chancellor, to support the economy. But we've also seen, as a result of, as Steve mentioned, the local recovery plan that the LEP has produced, an outstanding document, an outstanding piece of analysis, and some outstanding actions coming out of that. So that combination of national and local, I think, is serving us well at the moment. Yes, the situation will change as local restrictions are introduced. We do need to reflect on those. But that has been the hallmark of the approach that has been adopted by Rishi Sunak, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, so that since March, the government has helped to pay the wages of people in 9.6 million jobs across the country through the job retention scheme, protecting jobs that might otherwise have been lost, and supported the livelihood of many self-employed workers as well. Businesses have received billions in loans, tax deferrals, the business rate reliefs that our district and borough councils were responsible for distributing, and who distributed those funds so effectively locally. And then there have been some sector-specific grants as well. And then as we've gone through the year and as the situation has changed, we saw in July the introduction of the £2 billion support through the Kickstart scheme, the changes to stamp duty, the job retention bonus, Eat Out to Help Out, the £2 billion Green Homes plan. And then more recently, in September, we saw the Winter Economy Plan, and with that, changes to the arrangements, including the introduction of a package of targeted measures to respond to the current economic context that will enable businesses to protect jobs, particularly through the job support scheme. So then when I look locally, I see the business support package that the LEP has introduced locally, the Low Carbon Innovation Fund, the SME Loan Growth Scheme, the Business Expansion Grant Scheme, the Volunteer Business Support Scheme, which has proved particularly popular with experienced business people budding up alongside local businesses to support them through as they've gone through and had to respond to the pandemic. And I particularly highlight the Hertfordshire Opportunities Portal. And I'm not aware of a similar arrangement having been established, but this is an opportunity for people who have lost their job or are looking to get into their first job. The Opportunities Portal is now the go-to place locally in order to address the challenges that the economy faces. So for those reasons, I am really encouraged by the responses of the Chancellor. I'm really encouraged by responses locally, and therefore, in those circumstances, I'd ask colleagues to reject the motion from the Lib Dem group. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. Could I invite Asif Khan, lead speaker for the Labour group, to speak? And Asif, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Madam Chair. This motion is very reasonable. I think it's the right time to produce this particular motion, and the Labour group will be supporting it for a number of reasons. I'm not going to repeat some of the points that were made, but there's certain things which I think it's right for the leader of the council to write to the government, in particular seeking support, extra support for businesses in quite uncertain times and quite anxious times for many businesses. I want to highlight a couple of points for this particular motion. One, self-employed people do need support, further support, and they're often in precarious employment, such as delivery drivers, taxi drivers, very much those employees who are linked to the gig economy. They work in a precarious economy, and many times they are forced to work due to the quite poor support they've received from the government, and often it's quite late. Second point is that we urge, and I think it's important that the leader also urges the government to provide that additional support and training. I think training is also vital, and I think this is a time and a period where skills need to be pushed, and I think that's important for the council leader to write to the government itself. It's interesting to note that the IMF has also said that the economy is like the UK one, should not plan for austerity. So it's not the time to introduce cuts to stabilise their public debt. I think Vitor Gaber, he mentioned in the Financial Times, he was the head of the fiscal policy, that now it's not the time at all to do that. In fact, governments can and it should be able to manage their debt and borrow to invest and support these businesses. So making all these particular points, as a Labour group, we will be supporting this motion. And although it's a reasonable motion, you know, as a Labour group and as a Labour Party, we probably do a little bit more to support businesses and support employment and support those in precarious employment so that they can go through and ride this wave of COVID-19 that's affecting not just businesses, but affecting families and individuals across Hertfordshire and the wider country. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. All other speakers now have 3 minutes, and Ralph Sangster, you indicated you wish to speak.
Colette, I don't think I did. I think that was Tim Hutchins.
Right. Sorry, Ralph. Tim Hutchins.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. I think David's given a very comprehensive summary of the situation as far as I'm concerned, and I certainly won't be supporting this motion. But I did want to pick on a couple of points that were made in the presentation. Comparing our economy with the likes of Taiwan and Norway seems to be quite ridiculous to me. I cannot see how you can compare that. It's apples and pears. We're very different, and we should be taken on that basis. And the other point I wanted to mention was the discussion around changes of rules. This is often thrown at the government, saying, you know, we're changing this, we're changing that, we're confusing this, we're confusing that. But the reality is that the government needs to react according to circumstances, and throughout this, circumstances have changed. And if we just kept a one club approach, I think they would be complaining very bitterly about that as well. So I just wanted to make those points very clearly. I think it's unfair, and I don't think it's realistic. And just on the final point that Asif made, I'm not aware at the moment that there's been any proposals for any cuts anywhere, and I think that's just plain politics, frankly. Thank you.
Thank you, Tim. Nigel Quinton.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, everybody. Yes, I just wanted to pick up and expand a little bit on what Steve was saying about the failure of government to act precisely and quickly in reaction to the pandemic. We have seen 2 failures already, I would argue, and probably in a third at the moment, from a failure to act quickly. Firstly, back in March or even February, there wasn't speedy enough response to the pandemic. The delay in the lockdown has been variously estimated of cost possibly up to 20,000 lives back in March. And then secondly, as cases did come down and we were successful in suppressing the virus over the summer, the failure to develop a working test and trace and isolate system has meant that when restrictions were lifted, the virus has regained control. We need daily cases to be below 5,000 for test and trace to work effectively. And that was achieved by the end of May, lasted until the beginning of July when they were down to 1,700 per day. But the government failed to develop an effective, let alone a world-beating system. And as restrictions were lifted, the cases began to rise. They did come down again in August, and that was good, and possibly because I think the test and trace system was working at that time. But as schools reopened, it was overwhelmed, as is now clear. And we've now gone from 3,000 cases a day at the beginning of September to over 30,000 in 5 weeks. So it is so important that the clear message is sent to the government that they have to take timely evidence-based action to suppress the virus as much as they possibly can. And that is the only way to safeguard our economy going forward. I'm a great follower of the independent SAGE group, but also SAGE of themselves called, what's it now, almost 4 weeks ago, no, a month now, called for a circuit breaker lockdown. The government has still failed to act. And it is frightening that we are again sleepwalking into a massive problem. The SAGE independent plan, which was published at the end of last week, I think is something that we should all get behind and try to influence whoever we can in government to take that seriously. And the very first point of that is to make sure that there is sufficient financial support for all those impacted by the restrictions, including the original furlough scheme and support for self-employed, as was eventually brought in after pressure from other members of the government, of Parliament. Regardless of the measures chosen by government, it's absolutely essential that businesses receive the appropriate and sufficient levels of support.
Nigel, you're out of time.
As this motion calls for. Just finishing, Colette, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And Bob Deering.
Thank you, Colette, very much. I also think it's regrettable that people try and make this issue political. And I think it's worth going back to March to set some context. If we go back to March, the concern was that we might face as many as 250,000 deaths in our country and that the NHS would be overwhelmed. Neither of those things have happened. There's been loss of life, but of nothing like the scale that people were concerned about back in March. I think it's also right that we remind ourselves of some of the funding made available by the government. Hertfordshire County Council has received around £55 million. 10 districts of Hertfordshire have received around £14 million. The social care sector in Hertfordshire has received an additional £25 million through the Infection Control Fund administered by the council. And in addition, a total of around £197 million of grants and £194 million of business rate reliefs have been released to support businesses in Hertfordshire. Also coming back to the motion, paragraph C of the motion, David has mentioned some of the fantastic work that the LEP already does for us. But in terms of sustainability, it's right to say that the LEP already has sustainability requirements. The LEP expects all applicants for local growth fund projects to address environmental impact. The application form includes questions in relation to carbon impact and the use of green technology. The Getting Building Fund explicitly includes outputs in relation to making buildings more efficient and the reduction of CO2 and emissions and the amount of green space public realm created. So I also will not be voting in favour of this motion. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bob. Right. Are there any other members who wish to speak on this issue, on this motion? No, so therefore, can we move to the voting? Hang on. Oh, sorry. Yeah, Stephen, if you reserved your right to speak, and therefore you have 3 minutes. Sorry.
I believe Steve Jarvis has the right to sum up as well, the right to reply.
Yes, yeah.
It is disappointing that the approach taken by both David Williams, indeed Bob Deering. I do wonder whether they've actually read the actual council believed part of the motions B and C, and I'll read them out for the benefit of the chamber. The government should provide adequate support to those businesses in Hertfordshire forced to close by the response to the pandemic, their staff and suppliers. What is there to object to with that? And C, the government should provide funding via the LEP or otherwise support the development of those businesses best placed to lead the eventual recovery, focusing principally on those best able to assist in meeting the council's and the government's sustainability objectives. What is there to object to in that? And I cannot understand the Conservatives, the party claimed to be the party of business, objecting to seeking that support for businesses from the government. Let's bear in mind 5.5 billion of exports go from Hertfordshire each year. It's in the council's own Our Vision document that was put out, the corporate plan. We provide 690,000 jobs in Hertfordshire. You know, we are a business orientated county in that respect. There are 58,000 businesses with those jobs, with 470,000 households. And it is quite clear that a number of businesses are badly affected by this. And indeed, it's fair to say, and I think to some extent I might agree with Rashid Sunak, in that some businesses may not survive this. But equally, some businesses are teetering. Those that were able to invite people into the coffee shop because it was a small business can no longer do so. They can only survive on takeaways. And those that had to furlough staff or indeed make people redundant. As Steve has already mentioned, for instance, taxi drivers and the taxi trade. You know, prior to the pandemic, you would have a really robust taxi situation, for instance, for businesses in Watford. That has now been decimated and very little support has been provided to them. And I think it's a question of saying, yes, the government has done well in providing the money that has been made available so far, but it is not necessarily going to be enough to survive the pandemic. And it's certainly not going to be enough in terms of the facilities provided by the district councils or the county council. Now, Bob Deering had quoted the figures that actually meant all the funding that was required for both all the 11 authorities in Hertfordshire had been fully met by the government. This motion perhaps wouldn't be on here and perhaps may not be relevant. And indeed have provided the additional money that businesses themselves are asking for in terms of employee support, then this motion wouldn't be on here. But I think we've been quite reasonable in terms of this motion in asking the government provide the adequate support and should provide that funding. We haven't put a figure on it. We haven't criticised the government in saying it hasn't provided that sort of financial support that's been implied. And I'm absolutely staggered that the party, so-called, of businesses, supporting businesses, are opposed to seeking that support from the government. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, we now move to the vote, and can I ask you to scroll your chat box up?
Madam Chairman, Steve Jarvis has the right to sum up.
Steve, I'm so sorry. Off you go.
Okay, thanks for that. Well, I'm clearly disappointed that the attitude that the Conservative group have taken on this. They're clearly looking for reasons to vote against it. I noticed Tim Hutchings says that you can't compare Britain's economy with the countries I compared it with. But in fact, if one looks at the impact of a range of countries, there is only one country in the whole world that has done worse in terms of the size of the economic impact. Peru has done worse. Everywhere else has done better than the UK, whoever you want to compare it with. David Williams has talked about the support that the government's provided, and I think after a rather slow start in this, as in several other things, it did provide support for businesses, much of which is now coming to an end, much of which was predicated on the basis that there would be a recovery starting in the autumn, and that there would, and I think that was the basis on which the LEPS plan was put together as well. We've seen, due to the the failure largely of the track and trace operation, and some indecision about what other measures to take, and failure to follow the scientific advice, that we're not in a position where businesses are able to launch a recovery. We're in one where they are needing continuing support, which is being provided to some extent. Some of the businesses in the tier 3 areas that are being forced to close are being provided with support. But Hertfordshire businesses that may be supplying businesses in those areas that have closed will get no support for that. So I think that what's being offered now is not adequate for the new situation in which we find ourselves. But I do find it, as Stephen Giles Medhurst has mentioned, interesting that the Conservatives are proposing to vote against providing adequate support to businesses in Hertfordshire forced to close by the response from the pandemic. And they don't think the government should provide funding to support the development of businesses best placed to lead the eventual recovery. Now, I think those are things that the people and the businesses of Hertfordshire are entitled to expect us to support. So I hope that members will.
Thank you, Steve. Right, we now move to the vote. Can I ask members to scroll down to the bottom of their chat boxes, and you will find the voting panel. We have is item 6B little I, that particular motion. And again, vote for, vote against, abstain, and then press submit to register your vote. Okay. Can everybody scroll down? You will then see the voting box. If you're getting a message that says the poll doesn't exist, it's because you're in the wrong place in the chat box. Move to the bottom. I'm now going to close the vote, and the voting has gone 41 against, 42 against, 24 for, and 1 abstention. Thank you. Right, moving on to item 6B, little I, 6.3. Can I invite Sharon Taylor to move the motion? And Sharon, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I think we'd all agree that councils across our county have done an incredible job of supporting our community, businesses and residents during the unprecedented times we've been going through since the early part of this year. So many of our council officers and teams have provided a phenomenal response, supporting our businesses, housing our homeless, supporting residents who are shielding or vulnerable, getting our schools back up and running, supporting our care providers and our environmental health teams helping to create COVID safe spaces and keeping our services going, streets clean, bins emptied. They rightly deserve our enormous thanks and praise. Members, that's why it was astonishing to me, as it was to 9 other council leaders in Hertfordshire, to councillors, and most importantly to residents of Hertfordshire, that the leader of the county council felt, just as we're in the grip of the global pandemic, when so many of our teams have done so much to support our community, and when we absolutely should have our entire focus on tackling the huge health and economic challenges we face, that now would be an appropriate time to divert the time and resources of all our councils, including the county council, to undertake an enormous and complex reorganisation of local government. This is quite simply the wrong time and the wrong plan. When Councillor Williams announced his plan at the end of July, he did so without consulting the districts and boroughs in Hertfordshire, more importantly, without consulting the people of our county. Presumably, he thought residents didn't need to have a say. Districts and borough council leaders decided to put that right, and last week the results were published of an opinion poll conducted by respected polling company Survation, who interviewed over 2,000 Hertfordshire people. The results were overwhelming. 80% thought this was the wrong time to undergo reorganisation. 59% strongly opposed to the creation of a mega council covering the 1.2 million people in the county, only 12% in favour. 75% felt their local services were better delivered by their local council, and 76% concerned that their voice would not be heard by a county-wide unitary. The proposal from the County Council to scrap district and boroughs across Hertfordshire would take decision-making further away from the people of our communities and inevitably place under threat the ability to focus on local priorities, which we know are so important to our residents. Our community deserve better than having decisions about these vital services taken by people from the other side of the county who may never even have been to our towns. It's not just the fundamental principle of this that's flawed, the economics were too. The secret financial study commissioned by Pricewaterhouse by the County Council, delivered to the leader in February, but which did not see the light of day until July, is deeply flawed. It does not, for example, take account of the cost of creating town and parish councils in 51% of Hertfordshire that doesn't currently have them. Although this is clearly part of the County Council plan, it doesn't account for the significant cost of equalising council tax across the county, and it contains a huge sum for unspecified transformation savings. I think we all know what that last one means: threats to the jobs of those local government heroes I spoke about at the start of my speech. The mega council that Herts wanted to create would be the largest in Europe, bigger than Birmingham or Manchester, larger than some countries that have their own parliaments as well as local government. True devolution ensures that decisions are taken closest to the level of those that are impacted upon by those decisions. We may not have found the perfect answer to that, but whatever the question is, mega councils are not the answer. The government, now known as much for their U-turns as they are for their incompetence, seem to be rowing away from this as quickly as they can, from their proposals to disrupt local government, just as we're dealing with a national crisis. Let's hope that's the case. We have earlier commended the work of the Herts Growth Board, and that vision for the future of Hertfordshire has come together in such a cohesive way because it has the best of both worlds, strategic vision and local knowledge, and that's what we want, surely, for the future of Hertfordshire. We should be totally focused on supporting our communities and the recovery from COVID. So I hope we will have unanimous support of Council today to say we back the clearly expressed views of the people of Hertfordshire, the people of our towns, leaders and MPs from across the county. Leave our councils alone. This is the wrong plan at the wrong time.
Colette, you're on mute.
Thank you. Can I invite Chris White to second, please?
Can I formally second and reserve my right to speak, please?
Thank you, Chris. Right, I'd now like to invite debate, and could I invite David Williams, lead speaker for the Conservative group, to speak? And you have 5 minutes, David.
Colette, thank you. The motion in front of us that has come from both the Labour group and the Liberal Democrat group is very lengthy. It leaves me reflecting whether the requirements for local government reform following the arrangements put in place by Labour in 2007 are fully appreciated. I have to say I found it impossible to amend the motion in a constructive way, and so instead aim to give Council some very clear assurances. Last Tuesday, a draft press release from Hertfordshire's district and borough councils was shared with me. It said that the County Council wrote to government ministers to formally request changes to local government structures in the county. This is not correct, and there has been no such request. Going back to 2007, it's the Secretary of State who invites all local authorities in an area to submit proposals for reform. It was this approach that led to the county unitaries of Durham, Wiltshire and Cornwall in 2009 and Buckinghamshire earlier this year. It's the same process that has resulted in the Secretary of State, Robert Jenrick, inviting any principal council in Somerset, in North Yorkshire and the City of York and Cumbria to submit proposals for unitary local government in those areas. Neither I nor HCC have requested such an invitation for Hertfordshire. The moves to unitary governance in 2009 and the current proposals are about giving communities a single united voice, saving the costs attributable to the two-tier system and reducing complexity. They are about joining up housing and social care, about joining up planning and infrastructure. However, importantly, the current government linked reform to devolution and economic recovery. We should be unwilling to see Hertfordshire disadvantaged by not being part of any devolution opportunities. And that was the essence of my message to fellow Herts leaders when we met to discuss the elephant in the room, the whole question of local government reform, over the summer and before I made my statement at our last meeting. Sharon, I've every confidence that if you spoke to Simon Hennig, the Labour leader of Durham Council, County Durham MPs and residents, they would not wish to return to two-tier local governance. I have to say to Chris, finding a Lib Dem leader is rather more of a challenge, but I'm sure Dave Hodgson of Bedford Borough Council would say the same thing. Indeed, it's the discussions with the leaders and officers of the 2009 converters, Durham, Wiltshire and Cornwall, that give me every confidence that unitary governance can better serve local residents and local communities and ensure that local voices are clearly heard. Moreover, when I ask district councillors why they want to become county councillors, the answer is because they want to serve their residents better. LGR is undoubtedly about having a more effective last mile. At our last meeting, Judy Billing set out her long-standing support for unitary local governance. Stephen, you've told me previously that the Liberal Democrat Party favours 2 unitary councils in Hertfordshire, and there is at least one local leader that favours 3 unitary councils in Hertfordshire. If, following the elections next year and the publication of a devolution white paper, and if the Secretary of State invites proposals from local authorities in Hertfordshire, I hope that you will demonstrate support for the unitary structure that you consider will best serve Herts residents and Herts businesses. So I want to conclude by being as clear as I can. I do not expect the devolution and local recovery white paper to be published this year. There is no work, I repeat, there is no work on LGR being progressed by the County Council. The legislation simply does not allow an authority to make a direct unilateral bid to government. We are focused on moving the Growth Board forward. I've invested 2 years in the Growth Board and want to see it continue to be a trailblazer. We are equally hugely focused on the pandemic and notably the second spike. But finally, and above all, any unitary proposal unequivocally needs to improve local government in the area and absolutely needs to command a good level of local support. With these assurances, I would ask members to reject this rather muddled motion. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Right, we now move on other speakers who would like to participate in the debate. Just for clarity, I've got quite a list, and I'll just let you know who you are on the list. And if you want to get on the list, then just indicate in the chat box. I've got Judy Billing, Nigel Bell, Ralph Sangster, Margaret Eames Patterson, and Stephen Giles Medhurst. So, Judy, would you like to go, please?
I would. I'm trying to moderate my tone because actually some of David's opening remarks there were a tad patronising and insulting, suggesting that because we put in a lengthy motion for a very important issue, it meant that we didn't understand the processes. Some of us have been working with local government reorganisation processes since before David had barely heard of local government, so I really don't think that's necessary. And as I said in July, I have been a great supporter of unitary local government for a long time, but in a decent way. Please don't either tell me to talk to Simon Hennig, because he's the chair of the Association of Labour Councillors and I'm the vice chair of it, and so speak to him all the time. The main point I wanted to make was about our insistence that this is not the moment for this sort of reorganisation in the middle of a pandemic, the only pandemic that I've ever known. And it was for that reason, and I think County Council needs to be absolutely clear about this, that in the middle of the week and then on Sunday, after the government's most recent U-turn on this issue and learning the results of the Survation survey, we decided that actually focusing inward was possibly not the best idea, and we offered to withdraw this motion. We offered to withdraw this motion and asked only that we were able to, Stephen Giles Medhurst and myself, make a statement, as David had done at the July Council with no notice to us. And sure, he hadn't gone through the processes of submitting a unitary bid, but he made it absolutely clear with no notice in July that that was what he wanted to do. And he made it absolutely clear that neither Stephen nor I were able to reply to his statement at that point. So on Sunday, I made the offer that we withdraw this rather long motion for now, because the circumstances had changed slightly, and that we were able to make our statements instead, and David turned that down. He was clearly very keen to debate our too long motion, brought by people who have been involved in local government and know how it works and have known how it works for a very long time. So please, please, whatever you say, disagree with us, have a different vision, want a single unitary, which I believe is really bad for Hertfordshire, but don't tell us that we don't know what we're talking about. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Judy. Nigel Bell.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, Chair, I speak to support our Labour motion, which I know has the support of more than just Labour or Lib Dem support across our chamber. When I have seen and read the reasoned comments by the leaders of councils like Hertsmere and East Herts and Dacorum, let alone our own widely respected Councillor Sharon Taylor and the leader of St Albans Council, Chris White, and the experienced and widely respected Councillor Billing, I know they are on the right track, and they would not be party to a fundamental error in the leader of the council's words. Certainly all of us with experience of serving on two councils know the true value of real local scrutiny. And while we should all strive for value for money, the loss of districts like Watford and Stevenage cannot properly be replaced by parishes or town councils, and one super unitary, which is what a Holy Hearts 1.2 million unitary would become, would be a remote, out-of-touch authority to so many of our residents. How could a government even think at this time, in the gravest crisis our residents have seen since pre-war, that this is a time for a so-called cost-cutting exercise when the district's research has shown so many holes in the arguments put forward sadly by the leader of our council? I hope, with great respect to the leader of the county council, that he can accept the views of so many elected politicians across our county that he has got it wrong, and that we all collectively have a job to do in getting our residents through this pandemic, and that the financial shortfall all our councils face, and encourage our county officers in concentrating on the good work they have been doing, rather than being unnecessarily sidetracked into blind alleys for no good reason on this project. I heartily support this Labour motion backed by the Liberal Democrats. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nigel. Ralph Sangster.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. I have to admit being both confused and surprised by this motion. I had considered Councillor Taylor a defender of the citizens' rights, someone who would stand shoulder to shoulder at the barricades to protect the individual rights to choose. But this motion, Madam Chairman, far from supporting that principle, seeks to narrow choice, undermine a broad and open debate on the merits of all options relating to local government reform, restricting the choices available to the residents of Hertfordshire. A wise soul once advised me that in the situation such as this, when the given reasons for a course of action seem incongruous, look behind them and seek out the real motivation. It is perhaps not difficult to see from the perspective of the opposition benches why they fear and therefore seek to reject the establishment of a single unitary authority. You only need to look around this virtual debating chamber to see the complexion of its representatives. For at least 2 decades, Hertfordshire has chosen through the ballot box the same party to represent it, and a single unitary authority would probably retain that performance. What better way to avoid that possibility in the future than to exclude it by promoting this motion and eliminating it from the options available? If you wish to protect the democratic process and provide the residents of Hertfordshire with the ability to judge for themselves how they wish to be represented, you will reject this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Ralph. Margaret Eames Patterson.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Well, just to respond to Ralph, I do think that is totally disingenuous what you said. If you actually read the 6 bullet points at the end of our motion, the first of them says to ensure that the views of Hertfordshire residents, council staff, local government unions be sought and taken into account when developing any alternative local government structure options for Hertfordshire. And that is indeed what our group are promoting. I just want to support very much what Judy said, that the timing of David Williams bringing up the issue of local government reform without any debate in July was wholly inappropriate. It was without any notice, and the fact that it didn't allow any debate reflects on the Conservatives very badly. That is, for Ralph to say you're just going to get in next time, I have to say the whole of the approach to this, the timing was totally inappropriate. You can hear the reaction of the people, as Sharon has described, in a vote of 2,000 people across the county. I'm afraid it has damaged your party more than, well, anything else. I am speaking on it because there were far more financial items to be considered in any local government reform than the Price Waterhouse blinkered approach that was then published. But we didn't even know that was being costed last November, and there was a lack of transparency about how much time had gone into even speaking on it in July. So I just want to say our focus now should be on COVID recovery. If we're going to write to government, I'm very aware that government has failed on testing, and we should be writing to them to get the saliva test out as quickly as possible so that we can protect our businesses, so that people are aware if they have COVID that they do need to self-isolate. The people actually do respond when they see the evidence, but we have failed our people. The government has failed by not putting testing in quickly enough in March and then getting the right test so that we can self-isolate. And in fact, Steve Jarvis's point, why Tim Hutchins was wrong was because in those countries they have done testing very well. And that is why their economy has been protected. That is what is relevant for us to notice. And we should be doing that in the UK now. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Margaret. Stephen Giles Medhurst.
Like Judy Billings, I have to say I did find David rather patronising, virtually insulting, and indeed misleading. I have said at a stage that an option might be 2 unitaries. I've never said the Liberal Democrats or I am promoting 2 unitaries. And indeed, as Sharon's motion, seconded by ourselves, quite clearly says, contrary to what Ralph would try to mislead any members of the public listening into this, says here, undertake further work to explore all alternative local government structures in the event of the government white paper. on recovery and devolution. It doesn't rule out, even though I think it is very wrong, a 1.2 million size unitary for Hertfordshire, because it quite clearly says in the bullet point here, all. And it's also a bit disingenuous when David Williams says this isn't the view of the way he foresees things. When he writes to the Prime Minister on the 18th of September and signs the letter off as leader of Hertfordshire County Council. That clearly is a view of the leader of Hertfordshire County Council, and indeed could be implied to be the view of the County Council. And indeed, how would anyone else necessarily take it that view? He quite clearly says in that letter his support for a unitary structure based around county councils as being the only way forward. This is the only measure in terms of, he makes it a very political letter, I have to say, for those of you who have seen it, in terms of denigrating actually even the responsibilities and views of Conservative district councillors. But the point is, equally, £119,000, as has now been revealed in the questions that I have tabled, have been spent by the County Council at the whim of the leader of the County Council on exploring the local government reform agenda. So the County Council effectively wasted, I think, in a flawed proposal in terms of the consultation fees of £107,000 on the Price Watergate proposals, which do not do justice to what is needed in terms of the County Council's function. And actually, I have to say, I was shocked that a senior officer was taken off of other duties in the midst of the pandemic and spent we've spent £12,000 of council time on that officer researching officers researching local government reform. That really was wrong. Now, I can understand, given this was commissioned perhaps in November, that things will have moved on. And it's interesting, it was kept secret from all opposition members for many, many months, way into the pandemic. And it's concerning that even though it was then released, more time was put aside for officers to research this and more money spent on consultancy fees to push what is David's agenda forward, without consultation with the districts, without consultation with any of the opposition members. I think Sharon has been quite reasonable in her bullet points here, and it's disappointing that, in fact, we can't move forward.
You're out of time.
To ensure all views. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Stephen. Right, we have three more speakers indicated: Eric Buckmaster, Maurice Bright and Steve Jarvis. Hopefully, if there are no more speakers after that, we'll then move to those who've reserved their right to speak, and then we will be having the comfort break. Right, so Eric Buckmaster.
Thank you, Chairman. I realise there will be a wide variety of views over local government reform, but this lengthy motion doesn't do anything for me. I think it mixes a number of sentiments which I don't think anybody could totally agree with. And we still are waiting for the promised white paper, and I'd like to see what opportunities might arise from that before making a judgment on any particular option or on dismissing any particular option. Although I don't necessarily agree with some of the sentiments that a crisis is not the time to consider change or reform. And I'm sure there are examples of where it is the right thing to do. I also noted the leader's comments and assurances, particularly that it will depend on local authorities being invited and that they will have to work together and with residents to forge any solution rather than have something imposed. So for those reasons, I can't support this motion. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Eric. Maurice.
Yes, thank you very much indeed, Madam Chairman. Look, not everyone believes that local government is perfect, and not everyone believes that the structures that we belong to are perfect. But after 6 months of the most extraordinary pressures caused by this wicked pandemic, we do know one thing, that the coming together of local government at all tiers and levels to help our people shows our collective hearts are in the right place, whereas locally elected councillors, county, borough, district, parish or town members, we have sought to serve our towns and communities in the best way possible. Local government structures may not be as some think they should, but with the pandemic clearly still making itself atrociously felt and likely to do so for some time yet, now is decidedly not the time for Hertfordshire to tear ourselves up into little pieces and then over a 2, maybe 3-year period of stasis, try and piece ourselves back together again in an unproven hope that the new shape Hertfordshire is better than what we currently have. Now's the time to stay together in a collegiate manner and nurture what we have, indeed celebrate what we have, particularly the Herts Growth Board, over 2 years in the preparation, which has the full support of all the districts and boroughs, the county council, as David mentioned, and indeed the local enterprise partnership with its huge board of business and economic expertise and experience. Indeed, in a recent meeting with the MHCLG, they said to us, and I quote verbatim, "The Herts Growth Board is already acting like a combined authority. It is doing everything right." And I'm heartened by recent comments by the leader of the council that he feels growth bids and growth boards should be part of government thinking as an option in local government reform. I'm also reassured that David Williams has clearly stated that Hertfordshire County Council now sits in the LGR, where we now sit in the LGR debates, and that the march towards one unitary has been halted. County is listening, our leader is listening. I believe when we get through this troubled time with COVID, we can seek to sit and discuss calmly and in no rush any ideas we may have for making Hertfordshire an even better place already, both singularly as a county and also conjointly with districts and boroughs. But that is for another day to debate, another year, another county council administration post the 2021 elections, and by taking our towns and communities on any journey with us. For now, for Hertfordshire, it should be about unity, not unitary. It's clearly what our residents want at this time. Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Thank you, Maurice. Steve Jarvis.
Thank you, Chair. Well, what a contrast between Maurice Bright talking about the fact that local government isn't perfect, that we need to work together to improve it, but that now is not the time for dramatic change, and Ralph Sangster's intervention saying that we should change it because it would help the Conservatives win more. Now, I hope that that's not the basis on which local government in Hertfordshire is going to be changed in the future. We clearly all set out with our ideas about how we think the county should be run best, but I hope that we're not going to go down a line that arranges the structure of local government simply because it makes it easier for the Conservatives to win. So I hope that Maurice Bright's view in the Conservatives will prevail rather than Ralph Sangster's, and I think for today that the most effective thing we can do to set out our vision as to what should happen is to vote for this motion.
Thank you, Steve. Chris White, would you like to exercise your right of reply? If you do, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much. One of the curious things about this debate is a new aspect to county council debating, namely a comment on the size of the motion. I've never come across this before, and I've been around the block, I would remind people, since 1993. So, in fact, so long that I remember the last time we did local government reorganisation, which ended up with the status quo. But the length of a motion is neither here nor there. If there are things that need to be said, and there was a lot that needed to be said, given that we lost an opportunity to debate it at the last full council meeting, then so be it. Unless, of course, if we put in a one-line motion in future, it's got every chance of some in the Conservative group accepting it simply because it's short. I rather doubt that will happen. I was also surprised by some of the things that David Williams was suggesting, and I do need to give my assurances to the council that the district leaders were very anxious to make sure that everything we did was above board and that we didn't actually ambush the leader of this council, which is why he was shown the draft press release before it was issued. And he took exception to one line, rightly probably, and as a result, that line was changed. That is the approach we have taken throughout. Nothing behind closed doors, no ambushes of people with a different opinion from ourselves, but being upfront. And that is also, of course, the reason why we actually went out and did an opinion poll using Survation, who do opinion polls all the time, reputable company. We were surprised by the results. We thought it would be much closer than it was, but it did actually make it very clear that in the case of a county unitary, the public were not keen. And there are all sorts of reasons for that we could go into, not least the fact that only 50% of the county is covered by third-tier authorities, parishes and towns, and many of those parishes are anyway very small and would really struggle to take up some of the functions that districts had relinquished on their abolition. So there would be a need to create another tier below the Unitary County, covering areas like Watford and Stevenage. I don't know what you call these joint committees, but we could call them something like a district joint committee. That would be quite a good idea, and therefore, of course, a nonsense. We were challenged to talk to people who are older and wiser than us. Well, I've known Simon Henig for a long time. He was a vice chair of mine when I was chair of a board at the LGA, and also went to my college, and therefore, old school tie, etc. He leads the county of Durham, which I hail from originally, which has a population of 530,000. In other words, less than half Hertfordshire as a unitary. I've also spoken to Dave Hodgson. Yes, he would agree, would hate to go back to the two-tier system in Bedfordshire when Bedfordshire was the worst council in the country. It was a legend in its time. And he leads a council of 172,000. And therefore, smaller unitaries are something that in other times we could debate. There isn't a Lib Dem position on this. We were starting to talk to members and brief them, because it's not an issue that most people know much about or indeed care about, when the government itself decided that this was looking a bit silly. So I'm pleased that no work is being progressed on local government reorganisation. I'm sorry that the issue of the social care green paper hasn't really been covered here. One of the reasons why that was put into the motion is that large services like that, we need to ask the question, if there is reorganisation, of how best that should be delivered. Even 3 unitaries in Hertfordshire would make social care authorities big enough to be viable, but is that still the best way of doing it? Or is there the combined authority approach, or a trust, or something like that? We need to see that green paper before we can have that quiet debate that Maurice Bright felt could happen after the pandemic. We've been challenged on the right to choose. We were told that we didn't want to give the public the right to choose. Margaret Eames-Peterson has made it very clear, of course, that that is actually in the motion, but I know it's a long motion, and therefore people who may have got tired before they got to the end of it. And of course, we did actually go and ask a sample of people what they thought, and got an answer which is certainly more than the county council did when it embarked secretly down this particular route. So I would say this wasn't the way to do it. There are arguments in favour of unitaries. I only have to talk about yellow line repainting in my division, where district managed to do it and county said it couldn't come and repaint its yellow lines because there were parked cars all over the place. There is certainly work even in the 2-tier system to be done, so that the county council relinquishes those functions that it really isn't very good at, which is minor highways. Madam Chair, that is all I want to say on the subject.
Thank you, Chris. Could I invite Sharon Taylor to exercise her right of reply? And Sharon, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chairman. Chris has picked up many of the points I would have made. I am too a veteran of the previous attempt to reorganise local government in Hertfordshire, and it is partly that means to me that there has to be a path forged together when we're going to do this, because the damage to relationships between districts and the county when this happened before literally went on for 10 years. So it's very important that we work together. David has mentioned Durham to me every time I've discussed this with him. Durham did not undertake their reorganisation in the teeth of a pandemic. And as Chris said, their population is less than half that of Hertfordshire. For Eric Buckmaster, I am a defender of citizens' rights, and that's why, and so are the other district leaders, which is why we felt the way to go on this was to consult with the residents of Hertfordshire, not just make our own mind up and forge ahead without speaking to Hertfordshire residents. And we strongly feel that all alternative options, when we come to this discussion, and like the leader of my group, I'm not in principle against unitary government, but I do think now is the wrong time, and 1.2 million is the wrong size. So So I think we should look at all alternative options, not just be going on one. It was interesting. Sorry, it was Ralph Sangster that was making the comments about me being a defender of citizens' rights. We've heard both Eric Buckmaster and Maurice Bright saying that now is not the time. So I don't expect a rebellion on the Tory benches. There hardly ever is one in Hertfordshire, but I can see there is some sympathy for what has been going on in Hertfordshire. A crisis is not the time to consider change or reform. And I love Maurice's slogan about unity, not unitary. I think that's right. And the Herts Growth Board, we've already heard about that earlier this morning. It's pursuing the right path to provide a visionary future for Hertfordshire, and we've all worked together on that. So I have to say I'm heartened by David Williams' comments that no work is being progressed, there will be no unilateral bid, that the Herts Growth Board will be a trailblazer, that any unitary needs to improve. I'm heartened by that, but I hope people will support the motion. Thank you.
That's what barristers do.
Thank you. We now move to the vote.
Chairman, I'd like to call for a recorded vote on this. I think it's so important.
It will be recorded.
Agreed, Chair.
It will be recorded. What,
Yes.
by individual? The recorded vote is where.
It's recorded in the system.
Well, when we ask for a recorded vote, we want it recorded publicly, not in the system.
It will be put with the minutes. Right.
Chair, I'm sorry, it will be. It's how individuals voted.
Yes, it will.
Thank you.
Right. Can everybody turn their microphones off so we lose that noise? Thank you. Right. So you should now, if you've scrolled to the bottom of your chat screen, you should now be in the meeting vote, which is item 6B, 3 little I's. Two little I's, sorry. 6.3. And yeah, okay. Yeah. Can you please make sure if you're voting using the chat box, please do not try and vote in the voting box in the meeting chat itself. So you vote in the little buttons. If you can't do that, but you don't try and submit one through both. You either choose one method or the other, depending on if you're having any difficulties or not.
Chair, it's Michael Muir. I haven't had the box up at the bottom of the screen to vote yet.
Right, keep scrolling down, Michael. It should be there.
No, I've scrolled right down to the bottom.
Then you have permission to do it in the chat box.
Thank you.
On this occasion, Chair, I also had to do that. So I wasn't trying to vote twice, honest, Gov.
Who was that? Sorry.
Judy Billing.
Thank you, Judy.
Not voting twice.
I can't get mine to.
Madam Chairman, it's James Courtier here. I wonder if you could explain what other is in the voting box, because I don't understand that.
Right. I'm going to move to our legal officer, Quentin, Nigel, to speak on this matter. Quentin.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, there's been a question about the publication of this vote, and the vote it will be made public. It's recorded on the system and in the chat, and that the names of each of those voting will be published with the minutes. So that's how we're proposing to do that, which is obviously different to a vote in the chamber when we're physically present, where everyone is asked their name and to declare their vote.
Right. Can I just make a comment about the chat box? You only use it to ask a question or to vote if you're unable to do so. Otherwise, all the conventions that apply in a normal council meeting apply here. So no commenting, please. And as already discussed,
Madam Chair, would you please explain then how we're prepared to make points of order?
The advice through the legal officer is that it will be recorded in the minutes of this meeting. I would now like to move to the outcome of the vote itself. Right, we have 22 for the motion, 42 against, and 2 abstentions.
Madam Chairman, I query that vote. That does not tally with the numbers I have.
Well,
and therefore, I think.
Who is speaking, please?
The leader of the opposition, Stephen Giles Medhurst. I'm sorry if you can't see me on the screen, Madam Chair.
I can't because it's blocked at the moment. That's why
I'm afraid that's because the IT system the county council used and he's not up to it. So
I have now.
They could run a county of 1.2 million.
I can now.
The point is, this should be a recorded vote, and the mechanism for a recorded vote is asking each member's names, and then we know exactly what has gone on. At the moment, you are saying a vote that does not tally with the number of opposition members present. Hence, I'm querying the vote.
The only way to get around this impasse is in the traditional manner where the chief legal officer calls out the name of each member and you give an indication of how you're going to vote. To get to that position, we have to ask 8 members if they would wish to see a recorded vote in that way. If there are 8 members, can you please type in the chat box now? And some of you, I don't know why, I just get, all right, that's it, okay. Right, we now have the necessary 8. we now have the necessary 8. Please stop voting. We've got the necessary 8. I'm going to move to the Chief Legal Officer, who will start the voting process. However, this is a manual process. We cannot scan in how people have voted, but he can call them out as we go through, so it'll be recorded verbally and then it will occur in the minutes of the meeting as well. And that is the very best that we can do. Okay, so Quentin, over to you, please.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. I'll now read out the members' names in alphabetical order and I'll ask them to indicate their vote for, against, abstain. And I'll read through all the members' names, and I don't have a list of attendance in front of me. So starting with Councillor D. Andrews.
Quentin, can I ask, could you just formally confirm which motion it is we are voting on?
This is motion, it's item 6B, Roman numeral 2.
Aye. Okay, thank you for that confirmation. Against? Confirmation. Against.
Ashley.
Against.
Barnard. Bedford.
For.
Bell.
For.
Bennett Lovell. Bibby.
Against.
Billing.
Oh.
Floxam. Dalton. Brewster.
Against.
Bright.
Abstain.
Brown.
Who?
Buckmaster.
Against.
Button.
Against.
Chesterman. Clapper. Crofton. Deering.
Against.
Duris.
Against.
Drury.
For.
Eames Peterson.
For.
Featherstone.
Oh, against.
Gibson. Giles Medhurst.
For, and can I confirm the recording I'm told has been stopped? Can someone please sort that out?
Gordon.
Also, can you please be sure to record Gibson vote was for?
Gordon.
For. Oh, is that Dreda Gordon?
Susie Gordon, I beg your pardon.
E.M. Gordon.
Okay. For.
S. Gordon.
Against.
J.M. Graham.
Against.
Greensmith.
Against.
Yes.
Against.
Hale.
For.
Hart. Pastrick.
For.
Hearn. Heritage.
Against.
Hewitt.
Against.
Hill.
Kath, I'm going to put the
Against.
Hollinghurst.
For.
Hone.
Against.
Howard.
Against.
Hutchins.
Against.
Jarvis.
For.
Jones. JR.
Against.
Kay.
Against.
Khan.
For.
King. King. Mason.
Against.
McAndrew.
Against.
Mills.
For.
Mills Bishop.
Against.
Mitchell.
Against.
Muir.
Against.
Parker.
For.
Clancy.
Against.
Quilty.
Against.
Quinton.
For.
Ray.
Against.
Roberts.
Against.
Rowlands.
For.
Sangster.
Against.
Smith.
Against.
Stevenson.
Against.
Taylor.
Against.
For.
Fake. Tyndall.
For.
Walkington.
For.
Watkin.
For.
West.
Against.
White.
For.
Williams. AD.
Abstain.
Williams. JD.
Against.
Williams. PT. Williams. PT.
For.
Williams. TJ.
For.
TJ. Woodward.
Against.
Wyatt Lowe.
Against.
Wyatt Lowe. WJ.
Against.
Wiley.
Against.
Zukowski.
For.
I'll now tally up the votes.
There were several people, for example, people like Richard Fake.
No, we're just ignoring.
Right, so can we just...
We can't take them.
Is there anybody there?
Good question.
Yeah. Some of us are hanging on in there.
It's all gone very quiet. Yeah.
It has indeed.
Somebody gone for lunch?
Oh.
We
No, I think their abacus has broken down.
Don't forget, you are still live and open to the public.
Right, I can now give the result of the recorded vote as taken down by the legal officer. Have 41 voted against, 26 voted for, and 2 abstained. Right, we're now going to have a comfort break. It is 12 minutes past 12 and you have 10 minutes.
Chairman, can I make an alternative request? Given that rather than make the whole day go on forever, could we not at this point take a lunch break and then conclude the meeting rather than breaking now and again at 1 o'clock?
That did occur to me. If everybody wants to take that,
yes,
please. Do that now. I'm perfectly okay with that. So, okay, so we reconvene at
1 o'clock.
Yes. Thank you, Judy.
Sorry, Chair.
It's okay.
Sorry.
And in the meantime, can the officers subtract the amount of minutes taken for the elongated voting process, please, from the 2-hour window? I had already mentioned this to Elaine before the start of the meeting that I would make that request.
For this authority to have a recorded vote was confirmed by the Chief Legal Officer. The position was quite straightforward. The mechanism that we have put into the voting chamber and through this process allows for interrogation of who voted and how. The fact that this was not satisfactory to some members and a traditional recorded vote was put in place was entirely up to them. That mechanism existed, and I do not wish to see any time adjusted. It's their fault, nobody else's.
Not just referring to that recorded vote, I'm referring to the wasted time prior to the we had requested a formal vote and the amount of time taken previously on the previous votes. Not just on this one. But I think an allowance should be made. It doesn't need to be the full time, but an allowance should be made.
Chairman, live stream is paused.
Thank you. Right, can I Right, I'm advised that if that had been the case, then we would have had to have had a suspension of standing orders, and that didn't happen, and wasn't requested. Therefore, I'm now drawing a line under this issue during this meeting, but clearly there needs to be discussion outside of the meeting. Thank you. We will now break for lunch, and I will see you all back here at 1 o'clock. Can you please leave your machines turned on if you can, but turn off your camera and your microphone. Thank you. Right, good afternoon, everybody. Ready for the afternoon session. I'll just make a few comments about what happened immediately prior to the break and draw members' attentions to Standing Order 11, bracket 16, bracket D, E and F. With regard to the discussion prior to lunch, we will be allowing an extra 25 minutes in this instance only to this debating period, and clearly there will be discussions held outside this meeting with regard to that process. I'm not entertaining any further discussion on that issue now, and I'd like to move on to the next motion, which is 6B Roman 3. Could I invite Ron Tyndall to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. In moving this motion, I would like to thank Councillor Roberts for his amendment, which is accepted in its entirety, particularly the additional commitment in the additional bullet point. This wasn't mentioned in our discussions yesterday, and I welcome that third bullet point. This motion calls attention to the recent County Council Network report on the reform of adult social care, which is recognised across the UK by virtually everyone except possibly the government. Yes, there has been welcoming noises coming from Whitehall, but what is the reality? At every opportunity, the government has pulled back from taking the necessary steps and indeed on occasions have gone backwards. I would still like to know what was wrong with Part 2 of the Care Act, summarily dumped by Prime Minister Cameron. This was followed by the promise of a green paper, delayed several times before disappearing completely. Now we are expected to believe that the government seriously intends to attend to the serious condition of adult care services, a condition recognised by a CQC report only published this month. County Council Network, by drawing attention on the good work of local authorities up and down the country, have produced a short report which identifies 14 key principles to which we should all sign up. They include reference to all facets of the adult care services, recognition that local authorities are best placed as hubs of communities, providing a wide menu of local services, and the urgent problem of recruitment and retention of the adult care service workforce. I'm not referring to any economic arguments in this motion, which should be evident to everybody and taken as read. If the government does not engage with this council network and this initiative, we are likely to see the collapse of the care home sector as we know it. Their report is the base on which a new resurgent and sustainable adult care service can be built. I move the amended motion and commend it to everybody in the council chamber. Thank you,
right.
Chair.
Thank you, Ron. Can I ask whether your seconder is in agreement to the amendment?
Yes, I am, Chair.
Right, then can I ask for a vote to be taken on the amended motion as just described by Councillor Tyndall?
Are we not going to be able to speak to this?
Oops. Right, hang on.
I didn't realise my words had such power.
Right, so
I rise to formally second and reserve my right to speak, Chair.
Thank you, Nigel. Right, can I invite Richard Roberts to speak?
Yep, that's me, Chairman. Thank you. That's great. Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for your opening remarks, Ron. It's the spirit within which I received your motion, and I think whilst it's been tweaked, and I have a few comments, I think that's your intent is appreciated, albeit not yesterday. I've tried to leave the amended motion as pretty much intact as possible, right. Which is why we've still got a lot of recognition in bullet 1. And following in the spirit of goodwill, I'll not make too much of the opening sentence, but I do want you to be on the pace a little more in the sense of suggesting the country is emerging from the COVID crisis. It isn't, guys. We're bang in the middle of it. We've been on a war footing on corona for several weeks now, with the second peak infection inexorably rising. In fact, to be brutally honest, social care has been on corona duty since January, with barely a breather, which means that across social care, the NHS and Hertfordshire's care force, everyone is working their absolute socks off to help keep our most vulnerable residents safe and well. Once again, thank you to one and all. This motion and amended motion simply endorses the view that we wish the voice of the County Council's network brought to bear as it advocates on behalf of county and unitary authorities across the country. The CCN produced report, The Other Side of the Coin, has at its heart the recognition that whatever our age or disability, we should all live our best possible lives. Local government is best placed to lead and deliver social care in its community setting, on an equal footing with the NHS. Adult care services need to be supported with sustainable funding, a sustainable market, and help with the challenge of recruitment, retention, and career development. COVID has wrought havoc to normal policy making and normal service delivery, but this amended motion simply agrees with the premise that social care needs to be put on a more secure footing, so that the innovation, prevention, and continuous improvement can take place against a longer-term plan. I suspect the opposition believe that putting all the adult community services into one ever more enormous NHS is the answer. Funding and nourishing social care embedded in the heart of where we live and why we live is the long-term solution, with our NHS as strong and supportive partners. Government has not been found wanting with its financial support during COVID, and Bob gave us the absolute figures, didn't he, earlier in an earlier debate. But one-off and other temporary grants over a number of years now are not an ideal way to run the services that in Hertfordshire alone support about 20,000 people directly and employ about 20,000 people. Support this amended motion and support the advocacy of the County Council's network. Thank you so much. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Richard. Could I invite the debate and ask Dreda Gordon as lead speaker for the Labour group? Dreda, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you very much, Chair, and our group will be supporting the motion as amended. The purpose of the paper that's been brought forward by the CCN is to kind of distill the experience and identify the key principles which these authorities believe should be taken on board by the policymakers. And as Richard has expressed to us, we are still indeed in the midst of this COVID pandemic, which has thrown up all sorts of challenges to our communities, particularly in relation to the NHS and to adult care services, whether they be being delivered in residential care settings or at home. And whilst there's been difficulties, there has also been examples of good practice, and I think Hertfordshire can be very proud that we have coped pretty well under the circumstances, and all credit to our staff for the good service that they have continued to give our residents throughout the pandemic. Now, COVID has also given us the opportunity, if you like, to look at those highlighted areas of adult care services. And we know that in recent years, there has been better integration with health services, and that's to be welcomed, but more needs to be done. And I suppose that's why this report is called Looking at the Other Side of the Coin. And that's how social services can perhaps reduce that need for contact with acute health services. So we're not sort of managing crises. I think one of the examples it gave was that sometimes adult care services only intervene or are only called upon when perhaps somebody has a fall at home and then gets taken into the NHS service and then discharged, and care packages have to be arranged. So if we could actually intervene before those crises, that would be really useful. And who better knows the service and our communities better than us local politicians? And that's why central government should be listening. And as a community-based service, adult care service is intrinsically woven into that wider menu that Ron mentioned. So that will include housing and children's services and public health, and on the community and all the other sectors, including the voluntary sector. Local authorities are at the hub of communities. We're best placed to facilitate that joined up thinking. And I really welcome this motion and the fact that it's going to be presumably supported by all parties. And let's hope that we can bring about real change where it's needed, but celebrate those areas where we've shown great expertise. Thank you.
Thank you, Dreda. And now, any other speakers? You have 3 minutes. John Hale.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm very pleased that we've got this cross-party support for this motion today, supporting the CCN's actions to reform social care. This is a subject that I have raised in the council chamber, I think almost on an annual basis since I became a councillor in 2017. In 2018, the leader of the county council quoted the various secretaries of state who at that stage would say, this will include proposals to reform social care, better integrate services and put social care on a long-term sustainable footing. And that was a green paper that was going to be published in autumn 2018. Last year, in his first speech, Boris Johnson said, my job is to protect you or your parents or grandparents from the fear of having to sell your home or to pay for the costs of care. And so I am announcing now on the steps of Downing Street that we will fix the crisis in social care once and for all, and with a clear plan we have prepared to give every older person the dignity and security they deserve. That was 14 months ago. OK, for the last 6 months, there have been more pressing issues on the government's agenda. But between August and December, he could have produced that plan he had prepared. In January this year, he said there was a plan. Either I realise this council, it does care. They do wish to make sure we have adequate social care provided. As has already been pointed out, we have 20,000 people receiving it and 20,000 people delivering it. That is important. But the current government, to many, would appear to be either incompetent or indifferent in this respect. And I hope the message will go from this chamber to the government that they need to pull their finger out.
Thank you, John. David Williams.
Thank you, Colette. I just wanted to come in because I was particularly taken by Dreda's comments, and I'd like to thank Dreda for those really positive comments about our adult social care teams. And I just wanted to highlight that some of you may have seen in the magazine Home Care Insight that Hertfordshire County Council has been hailed as being head and shoulders above other local authorities in supporting home care providers through the coronavirus pandemic. Speaking during the Care Virtual Summit last week, Colin Angel, Policy Director at United Kingdom Home Care Association, commented that the council commended the council for acting quickly when delivering government funding to providers. So it was absolutely fabulous to receive that accolade. And I'd also just like to point out to colleagues that we currently have 2 of our senior social care officers, so Ruth Harvey and Ruth Harrington and Mark Harvey are both on secondment to the Department for Health and Social Care. Ruth as the Deputy Director for Winter Planning and Mark as one of the Joint Chief Social Workers. So Drida, thank you for your comments and for your support for our adult social care team. They really are stars. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Are there any other speakers? Right. So Nigel Quinton, you reserved your right to speak. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you everybody else who's contributed. I'm very pleased to second this amended motion, and thank you, Richard, for your additions, which have definitely improved the wording, not least about the timing of where we are in the pandemic. The only thing I really wanted to add to what's been said before is again to voice my appreciation for the absolutely fantastic work that adult care has been doing, both before and during the crisis. I think Ian McBeath and Chris Badger have both done a fantastic job, as have all of their staff, including the two who are on secondment. And I think special mention perhaps also for Helen Manouf, who's been a rock in what she's been doing through the crisis. The only other thing that I would like to add are just to reiterate a little bit of what John said. I mean, this has been an awful long time coming. I think actually, John, you're wrong. I think it was actually a year before that this was originally promised, because it was in 2018 that the LGA went ahead and published their own green paper, which this county contributed to the consultation for. In fact, Ron and I both helped with that. And that LGA report has been updated, I think, twice since, one year on and again earlier this year. And I think the CCN report builds very well on what the LGA was saying as well. I think particularly we need to echo what's in the CCN report about where democratic accountability properly sits for adult care, and the delivery of service properly sits, which is within local authorities and certainly not as a centralised system. I think the other aspects I'd like to just highlight from their report are the fact that the local authorities are the hub of communities, as they point out, and best placed to facilitate joined up working. And I think the other thing is that the distinction that the report draws, rather than a division between health and care, a division between acute and community-based services. This is something I've been thinking about ever since I got elected in 2017 and was serving on adult care and health panel. That's the real distinction, and that's where we need to be working jointly with NHS colleagues far more closely, and that of course has actually been accelerated by the crisis, which I think is one of the few good things that has come out of the last few months. I think we've all seen how well our teams can work together when that is demanded of them. So I commend this motion to the chamber and anticipate we get unanimous approval of this. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Nigel. Unfortunately, I'm still getting people who are trying to use the hand and not the chat box, and because of that they weren't noticed, and so they can't speak. Because I'm now moving to to invite Ron Tyndall to exercise his right of reply, and he has 3 minutes.
Thank you, Colette, and I won't need 3 minutes. Although I'm loath to press this too hard because of the unanimity of the feelings around the chamber. David Williams pointed to the Hertfordshire on supporting care providers, which has been magnificent. We've even set up, the officers have even set up our own equipment store in order to help with that process and provide PPE. The problem is, of course, that we shouldn't have had to, because if we'd have had a competent national system evolved downwards and properly funded and everything else supported, then we wouldn't have had to step in and rescue the care sector, the privatised care sector, because they would have had sufficient resources of their own. And I think that David's point really hits at where the government has failed on this. However, moving on, I think we've also got a fantastic record on training and developing and lending our staff members and our senior staff members to the National Health Service and other people. And long may that continue as well, because that also fosters cross-service representation. All I would say is that we need to all work together on this. It is a vital service. If we don't get this right, there will be some serious holes in this body this time next year, and we need to work together and everybody ensure that the government are under no illusions. This has got to be done. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ron. Just want to clarify, one or two people believe that the proposal hasn't been seconded correctly. Ron Tyndall moved the motion, and he moved an amended motion. Nigel Quintin seconded that amended motion. Therefore, no one else needs to second. I hope everybody's okay with that. Therefore, we now move to the vote on the substantive motion. So if you look down at the bottom, if you scroll up, there we are. And it is 6B Roman 3, and it's for, against, or abstain. Remember to press your submit button so that it bleeps at you or blips up, and then you know that your vote has been accepted.
Sorry, I can't find the vote. Trader Gordon.
Scroll down to the bottom of your chat screen, reader. Keep on going.
She probably needs to scroll up because there are too many comments in the lower section of the chat.
True.
Exactly. Once you've missed it, you've had it, really.
Yeah. Get to the bottom and come up a bit.
People should not use chat while we're voting because that obscures the panel, and you have to scroll up to get it again. So that's half the problem people are experiencing, I believe.
Dreda, it is approximately 1:21. on the count timing.
Thank you. I believe I found it. Thank you. But I'll never know. Yeah, thank you, John, for that timing. That was useful. It is the fact that people keep putting messages in that make it quite difficult to find sometimes.
Sorry, 67-4.
The vote is now closed and we have 67-4. And again, can I just highlight the importance of not using the chat bar unless you're asking a question, and not while we're in the voting period, please. Okay. Right, so that motion has been carried and we move on to item 6B, Roman 4, and can I invite Mark Watkin to move the motion?
Thank you, Chairman. Sorry, I was just getting my act together here. Be with you in just a moment. Right, here we go. Madam Chairman, fellow councillors, throughout the COVID pandemic, our children have experienced the greatest impact on their lives of any children in recent generations. They have missed months of schooling, been denied access to playgrounds, and most appallingly of all, millions have been thrown into hardship and poverty as their parents' income has dried up. It is to Marcus Rashford's great credit that his simple request that all children on free school meals should continue to receive them through the school holidays resonated with the public and politicians alike. This simple act of kindness ensured that children continued to be fed a balanced and appropriate diet and their health was protected. The government was right then to listen to his appeal, and they should be listening to his new appeal now. Let me give you some harsh facts. 2.2 million children between the ages of 8 and 17 are currently registered for free school meals. This is almost one child in 3. Of these 900,000, or 42%, have registered since the COVID crisis emerged. The families affected come from every group in society. 64% of these new children come from families where the main earner was in a higher income occupation. 32% of households with children have experienced a significant drop in income since the pandemic started. And finally, the Office for Budgetary Responsibility has estimated that in the worst case scenario, unemployment could rise to 13.2% by the end of the first quarter of 2021. So the current situation is likely to get far worse before effective vaccination, warmer weather, and who knows, herd immunity begin to stem the tide. What these figures are telling us is that virtually any child from any family could find themselves facing hardship or poverty with their parents unemployed and struggling to provide life's essentials. The situation is serious enough now, it will get far worse. Faced with these facts, I struggle to understand what the amended motion is seeking to achieve. In effect, it is telling us to keep quiet and not share our concerns with the Secretary of State, and worse, argues that somehow, like so much of this government's approach to COVID, families will muddle through on an ill-defined mix of free school meals and universal credit. What the leader and the executive member for education fail to understand is it is the Christmas and Easter holidays when families are looking to have some form of celebration and good cheer that the free school meals will be most needed. And it is just then that their approach will fail these children and their families. In the scale of financial commitment, this request is relatively small beer. It's been used before, so can easily be reintroduced, and its impact could make all the difference. I beg you to show humanity towards our children and support this motion. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. And your seconder is?
Colette, it's Anthony Rowlands.
Thank you, Anthony. Would you like to speak?
Reserve my right to speak. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I invite David Williams to move the Conservative Group amendment? And David, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. I just want to share with councillors that this motion came forward yesterday afternoon after our meeting of Cabinet, and so came to my attention at 4:30 yesterday afternoon. And so I'm very clear in my mind that there is a huge challenge in terms of families across not only the county, but obviously across the country, facing food poverty. And all credit to Marcus Rashford for the way in which he's highlighted this issue and brought it to public attention. But in the time available to me yesterday afternoon, I was simply able to reflect on the fact that the existing arrangements when free school meals have been made available were very challenging logistically. So essentially there were two approaches to this. One was where meals were actually prepared and administered by our schools. And then in other cases, schools were able to access a voucher scheme that was used. And many will know that there were some severe issues with that voucher scheme. So I have to say that in my mind, whilst I fully acknowledge that there is a huge issue here, it's not entirely clear to me whether the solution to that should be for our schools. And, we have some 535 schools in Hertfordshire, whether they should take the prime role for this, given the challenges logistically that were faced earlier in the year, or whether the government should view the role of social security payments, including universal credit, as the way to ensure that families struggling to feed children through the holidays are supported effectively. And hence the motion from the Conservative group, which seeks to put that question on the table. And I would just caution, in the time available, we have not been able to speak to our schools. We've not been able to speak to Schools Forum. We've not been able to speak to Hearts Catering. I'd have liked to have given a much more considered approach to this, but in the time available, I concluded that the right thing to do was to recognise the issue, but amend slightly the motion in order to reflect a pragmatic way forward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, David. And I now open the floor to other speakers. Oh, Terry, I'm so sorry. Terry Doris, I believe you're going to second for the Conservative group.
Thank you, Chairman. I do second and reserve my right.
Thank you. And now the floor is open for other speakers after I've invited the lead speaker for the Labour group, who is?
Thank you, Chair. Nigel Bell.
Thank you, Nigel.
Of course, Chair, we support the original motion, which obviously is in support of what Marcus Rashford proposed, and of course what the Welsh Labour government policy has already gone through of extending free school meals through to Easter next year. And even more crucially, the move by the Deputy Leader of the Labour Party in Parliament, Angela Rayner, tomorrow, Wednesday, to force a vote in the Commons unless the government sees the long-term sense in this policy and extend free school meals throughout the whole of England till next Easter, ensuring that our vulnerable children are protected during this national crisis. So much research has shown the value of free school meals in filling the gaps for our children that they are missing, and it's even more important as we go into a potentially very cold, hard winter in this pandemic. The Labour Party has written to all Conservative backbench MPs asking them to support its motion tomorrow, and its voice from this council representing Hertfordshire children and families should be put to more pressure on those MPs, and especially our own MPs in the county. We wholeheartedly back the original motion. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Nigel. Right, other speakers. Sharon Taylor has indicated she wishes to speak. Sharon?
Yeah, sorry, I couldn't switch my my mute off. Thank you, Chair. Yes, I did want to speak on this, and firstly, thank you to the Liberal Democrats for the motion and to Marcus Rashford for the astonishing work he's done as such a young man, not only driving this campaign forward, but reaching into his personal experience to highlight to people the situation and the difference that free school meals can make, and they do make a huge difference. We have half-term fast approaching now, so we need to, if we are going to do something about this in the county, we need to do it quickly. I was really disappointed this morning to hear Nadeem Zawahi saying that this is not just a matter of writing a cheque. Well, of course, that's exactly what it is for the government. And of writing a cheque, they didn't hesitate to write cheques on, things that have been a disastrous failure, 50 million for PPE, 30 million on a failed antibody test, 12 billion for test and trace, which should have always been done at local level. There is no more important priority than making sure our children don't go hungry, and I can't understand why any government would want to see that happening. I welcome David Williams' comments about reviewing this, so I hope we can vote on the original motion and vote unanimously, but if we don't, if that's not passed, I hope that Councillor Williams and the administration at County Hall will think very quickly about how the children in my county division, one of the most deprived in the county, will be fed through this half term and through the Christmas holidays and on to Easter, because those children and their parents, and it's a suffering for their parents as well. I think it's important we remember that. And of course, universal credit has not kept up with the cost of living and the additional costs that families are facing because of COVID. So please, can we take this seriously now and move this forward as quickly as we can? Thank you.
Do we have any other speakers? No? Then
I've reserved my right, Chairman.
Thank you. So can I invite Terry Doris to speak, please? Terry, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chairman. I agree, actually, that Marcus Rashford is to be commended for his position on free school meals for entitled children. And we recall the government's position in providing free school meals for children during the summer holidays. I do know that Hearts Catering Limited provided a number of those meals for children from its resources where it was practical to do so. I think the other thing to say also is that we are in the middle of a second wave. It is very clear that we are, and I think that government recognised Marcus Rashford's position, and as a result of that, and probably in fairness, they also were aware of the situation. They took steps to agree to provide funding for the free school meals during the summer holidays, and I rather suspect that they will probably do something similar. And we, in our amended motion, recognised that parents availed themselves to the Edenred voucher scheme, which, as Councillor Williams has mentioned, was not without some early issues in its delivery. But I also know that a number of schools took advantage of the voucher scheme for their parents and then sought reimbursement, and this was somewhat preferable to the Edenred situation. Of course, we need to involve schools, via Schools Forum and other representative schools groups. And whilst we recognise the administrative burden on schools to administer such a scheme, we would not want to impose a system upon schools without fully involving them. And for that reason, the funding of these schemes must come from central government. We don't have the resource. And that's not me touching the screen, so I don't know quite what is happening there. We don't have the resource and it's not appropriate for us, I don't believe, within Hertfordshire to take a unilateral arrangement. However, we will, of course, work with central government in facilitating any scheme that they may provide. In that context, as we've stated in our amendment, we would expect the government to enable parents to obtain free school meals for their entitled children by virtue of the universal credit and by other social security payments, as well as the provision of free school meals as occurred, as I've previously mentioned, during the summer holiday. And this is particularly important for any parent who may not currently be the beneficiary of free school meals. Our amendment clearly expects government to judge the role of the benefits mentioned, and I would anticipate that the government, and I'm very certain that government will learn of our expectation in this item. It's worth noting, excuse me, it's worth noting that updated guidance for schools applied or was issued on the 23rd of September. And as I mentioned, this is an ongoing situation, and I would imagine probably, but I can't predict, that there will be further guidance coming out as we approach Christmas.
Time up.
So I move the amendment.
Right. Thank you, Terry. Now, can I ask Anthony Rowlands to speak, please? You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I obviously support and applaud what Mark has said, and indeed the comments from Nigel and Sharon. I just wanted to make 3 points. One is that the welfare of our children has been a top priority throughout the pandemic. All the research shows that the importance of free school meal provision. That's been national policy, and we want it to continue. Secondly, in terms of need, earlier in the meeting we heard some really clear examples of just how devastating the economic impact has been, and I fear it's likely to become worse as the winter progresses. That will mean added pressure on families and on children, and the impact on the vulnerable will be the most acute. And thirdly, in terms of the specifics of the motion and holiday time, that is, as one or two speakers have said, it is urgent. We have a half term coming up, we have Christmas coming up. Those children are going to be in need of support. Malnutrition is a real threat. I hear in some of the comments from David and indeed from Terry, a receptivity to the purpose of our motion, and I very much hope they will take forward what is behind it. It is looking to government to support these children, and where there is a will, Madam Chair, there should be a way. Thank you.
Thank you, Anthony. Can I invite Mark Watkin to exercise his right of reply? And you have 3 minutes, Mark.
Thank you very much, Chairman. And thank you very much also to Sharon and the Labour Group for their strong support for this motion. And in a way, I feel we're not as far apart as it almost suggests we were. And I rather hope that the Conservatives will accept the sentiment behind this motion, which is absolutely to say to the government, you've got to get up and deliver. You know, David and Terry have been talking about what might be happening and how they might be able to adjust things through the universal credit, but there's no evidence that this is occurring. So, you know, it's like waiting for something to happen and the clock is ticking, and it worries me that this clock is ticking fast and there's no sign of the government reacting in a way that, frankly, the population expects them to do so. And I'm proud to say that it was, of course, the Lib Dems who introduced this motion into the Welsh Assembly. So, you know, I'm proud to be doing, in my small way, a similar thing here. I would urge members to support this motion. I do believe in the sentiment is shared by everybody. And I think on that basis, I will pass the motion over now for voting. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mark. Right, we move now to the vote, which will be on the Conservative amendment. So we're voting on the Conservative amendment first. So can members move to the electronic voting system, which we have before us now, and we are voting now on the Conservative amendment to this motion. I am now closing the vote, and the result of the vote is that there are 45 for, 17 against, and 3 abstentions. Thank you. Right, we are now within the last 20 minutes of this 2-hour session. Oh, sorry. Before we move on, we've now got to vote on the substantive motion, which is the amended, the amendment that you've just voted on. So if you can move to the bottom of your screens. You should get the next vote up. In fact, if you scroll up, we've got it, right? Scroll down. Not quite there yet. Right, there we are, it is at the bottom now. And it's 6B Roman 4, which is, and it's a substantive amended motion that we are voting on. If you can't see the buttons, make sure you're in the right bit of the voting box, because at the bottom it says for, against and abstain. That's just the counting mechanism. The voting buttons are above that. Right, the vote is now closed, and the results are for 41, against 1, abstain 21, and we have 1 vote for other. Can you refresh my memory? What is other? Right. We'll respond to the query about other as soon as we can, but not right at this moment. Now, we are within the last 20 minutes of this vote, and according to standing orders, we can, if we wish, discontinue, as we've done fulfilled the obligation to devote 2 hours to the motions. However, using Chairman's discretion, I would very much like to make sure that we do debate item 6B, Roman V. And can I ask Stephen Giles Medhurst to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Chairman, and thank you for allowing that. And I sincerely hope this will not be contentious, unlike 1 or 2 of the earlier motions. This is very straightforward. It's thanking and praising all of our dedicated staff at Hertfordshire County Council, clearly the staff of the NHS and key workers who've carried on and continue to carry on working through this current crisis, and indeed what may be a worsening crisis in the next few weeks or indeed months. And I think we do need to pay tribute to all of those, not just at Hertfordshire County Council, but also the cross-working that's gone on with the 10 district and borough councils, the innovative work that's gone on test and trace within the county, the hard work in particular by dedicated staff in ensuring that as far as at all possible, thousands of people have had been fed and been assisted in these difficult circumstances. I don't think I need to dwell too much in terms of the thanks and the praise we give them. It has been a difficult time across all sectors of the county council and all structures of it, whether it be the senior officers down to very junior staff, having to pour considerable effort and weight, and I suspect quite a bit of additional time into ensuring the services are delivered for all our residents, whether it be the normal services, such as, unfortunately, dealing with the potholes, or making sure that the vulnerable elderly or those parents that are having to self-isolate ensure that their children are properly cared for. So in that basis, this motion is moved. I know that Judy is going to second it, and I do hope and support that David will equally support will vote and support this in terms of the praise and the thank you and the gratitude we owe to the hundreds of thousands of workers that have supported our community and the million-odd Hertfordshire residents throughout this ongoing and continuing crisis. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you very much, Stephen. And could I invite Judy Billing to second? And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. I won't need 5 minutes, and I won't repeat the points that Stephen Giles Medhurst has already made. I'm very pleased to be asked to second this motion, but I want to highlight a couple of things that have stunned me, if you like, things that we've learned since the beginning of the pandemic about the people we work with across the county in all sorts of different ways. And those 2 things, I suppose, have been about the astonishing flexibility that staff have had to show, particularly the thousands of people in our local councils and elsewhere who have taken on entirely new roles as the things that they normally do on a day-to-day basis have been put on hold, but the care and food provision and need to help people shielding and isolating became their biggest focus across the county. And I have been stunned, actually I've been quite stunned by how flexible county councillors have been in learning new ways of working, but that's nothing as compared to the people who work for the local institutions and all those who volunteer as well, who've turned their hands to completely new things. But also, and the second thing I want to say, is that we have learnt some incredibly important lessons from those staff who we are thanking today about equalities, about the unfair ways in which the pandemic has affected different communities. We didn't know about those things, and it gives us an extra duty to be supportive and grateful to those who have lived through those difficulties. We've, in the middle of all this, looked even harder at some of the equalities issues through Black Lives Matter, through our own county council motion on anti-Semitism and other forms of prejudice. And we have discovered that amongst our staff are people who have things to tell us that we don't on a normal day necessarily listen to. I've had conversations with the chief executive about the things that he learnt when he started talking with groups of staff after the beginning of the Black Lives Matter movement. And it's absolutely desperately important that we carry on thanking those staff, but also continuing to work with them, learn from them, and make the adjustments that we have to make in order to ensure equalities and fairness across the piece. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Judy. Now, I'd like to invite debate and ask David Williams to speak for the Conservative group, and you have 5 minutes, David.
Thank you, Colette. I'm delighted to support this motion unreservedly. It has been an astonishing few months, and it's invidious to highlight individuals, but I'm going to. I'm going to use my discretion to do so. And firstly, I'm going to start with some of our senior officers. And I particularly want to highlight the contribution that Owen has been making, both regionally and nationally. He is now frequently sitting as one of the 9 key coordinators across the country in terms of the relationships with central government. And that is a clear recognition of his stature and his position in local government. It's such a great shame, but this is Jenny Coles's year as the president of the Association of Children's Directors. And that's meant that there hasn't probably been quite so many events and opportunities to meet with so many others and to meet with government ministers, but she has been playing a huge role, particularly linking in with Vicky Ford and doing a sterling job in terms, for instance, of addressing the whole issue of unaccompanied asylum seekers. And the irrepressible Jim McManus, who every day never ceases to amaze me in terms of his commitment and his support for the people of Hertfordshire as our Director of Public Health, hugely and highly regarded across the country. And so I could go on. And there are a few more people I want to mention. Daryl Keane, our Chief Fire Officer, many may not realise that he has been chairing the strategic coordinating group of the Local Resilience Forum as we've gone through this pandemic. And then there are those people who have been doing things which are uniquely derived out of the situation. There was mention earlier of Helen Manouf. I'd add Christy Thacker to that as well, who've done so much good work in terms of the volunteering and the people assistance cell. And then related to that are all the people based at Mundell's who've helped with the shielding exercise that we have undertaken. So Glenn Facey from Hearts Business Services, Ian Hamilton from Hearts Catering. There are so many people who have done absolutely remarkable things. And if there's one area that has had a huge focus, it's been the question of getting our schools back to operating as normally as possible. And again, there are individuals within children's services, particularly Simon Newland, who have just made an enormous contribution to that. So all around, we are blessed with the people who've been working and supporting Hertfordshire over the last few months, and I'm extremely grateful for their efforts.
Thank you very much, David. Phil Bibby.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Yes, it's fantastic that we're recognising the efforts of all our staff, but obviously I have first or second-hand experience of the efforts that my highways team have put forward. I mean, all this social distancing work we've been doing in high streets and town centres has really taken a lot out of our staff. And also then we've got the planning, designing and bidding for active travel fund monies. This all takes time and effort, and believe me, the highways team have really stepped up to the mark in providing business as usual as well. All directors, officers have been under extreme pressure and still are. And also Ringway and the contractors have stepped up to the mark and provided exceptional services outside what they would normally do. So I'd like to thank them all and have it recorded that the whole county council staff and subcontractors, contractors have done an excellent job, but I would particularly like to record what the highways team have provided to this pandemic. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Right, thank you, Phil. Terry Hone.
Yes, thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I'm not going to name names in this, but I'm just going to make two comments on my particular portfolio, because we're librarians who, of course, not been working in the libraries, have actually come and stood at the gates of household waste recycling centres to help residents get through those gates. So librarians stand at the gates of hell sometimes because they've got some flack is commendable. So I mentioned that one. The other thing I mentioned is our firefighters who trained up to drive ambulances. Now, these are not emergency ambulances, but so that the East of England Ambulance Service could provide more support for the residents by having the drivers of the Fire and Rescue Service back them up, which was, we think, so there's two examples where people have gone the extra mile and have done jobs way outside of what they should be doing, even though you could argue that firefighters are trained to drive big red lorries. Driving an ambulance is very different to a big red lorry with a lot of water on it. So great that librarians and firefighters, just two I mentioned, who helped us out. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And Richard Roberts.
Thank you, Chairman. I think this is going to be a bit like an echo chamber here. I don't think there's going to be much dissent. I think I would just like to pick up on the strength of partnership that's developed. We're not a county that's unused to working together, but during the pandemic, there has been real innovation and real resonance of some of the work, particularly in the voluntary sector, Hearts Help, Meals on Wheels, Hills, a strength of individuals doing their day job, but now they're wearing PPE and doing it day in, day out. Some of those jobs, not exciting, but doing it for the greater good of those most vulnerable. More than half of all the 10,000 volunteers that signed up with Team Hearts were found meaningful roles, and more than 100 at Mundell's are working to make sure the food parcels were packed, going out to something like 6,000 people, echoing comments earlier about supporting the vulnerable. I'm just going to pick out two people. I have done it before, and I should apologise, but I won't. Andy Malibone and Heidi Hall heading up the Watford and Lister integrated discharge teams, really standing up for residents and for care homes to make sure patients leaving hospital are tested and cared for correctly and going to the right re-ailment or returning home or to their care home. Essential work and made much harder during the whole pandemic period. Day centre staff continuing to look after those with learning disabilities. And innovation, only recently hearing from Camille at Abbott's Care about how they were able to work with the mental health of their staff by separating out the COVID rounds and the non-COVID rounds, reducing infection rates and ensuring that actually the amount of COVID entering into domiciliary care settings, i.e. people's homes, was absolutely minimised. I take my hat off to all of you and all of them. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Richard. I have four more people who've asked to speak: Terry Durist, Terry Heritage, Nigel Bell and Tim Hutchings. And unless anybody's got anything very different to say, I'm proposing to close it after Tim. So Terry Durist, can you go, please? Speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman.
Yes, I would like to just mention there is reference in the motion quite rightly to the volunteers, but also let's not forget the military volunteers, the veterans who came along to Mundell's, working under the leadership of Taryn Pearson-Rose in the shielding facility, which has played such an important part. And I think the other thing the other group, the two groups that I would mention, if I may, particularly from the education side, is Hearts for Learning, who have worked in the background providing a huge amount of information and resource and support for our teaching professionals and school staff. And in that connection also the unsung heroes from Hearts Catering Limited, the school dinner people, the school dinner folks who have worked in the kitchens, as has been mentioned, preparing meals in the school, but also free school meals. They have done an enormous amount of work, and they're perhaps sometimes a little bit forgotten, but they're not today. So thank you to everybody.
Right, thank you very much, Terry. Terry Heritage, please.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Like my colleagues on Cabinet, I'd like to thank the staff in Children's Services, but I thought it'd be quite nice for me just to go through the various categories, because residents potentially listening to this meeting might not realise how many different types of officer we have. So we have our social workers, who I'd like to thank everybody, our social workers who throughout the pandemic were actually caring for our young people, either face-to-face or definitely virtually once a week. The personal assistants working with our care leavers, the members of our front door, the MASH team, who look at referrals and refer, our youth workers particularly, who started up a new, we call it SASH, which it's for adolescent safeguarding on the street work during COVID, started that in April, that's going particularly well. A big thank you to our residential care workers, excuse me, for sticking with our young people in homes and actually taking them through some infection time. So care workers went down with COVID, as did our young people. And finally, but not least, our carers for our children looked after, who are essential to the smooth running of our children's service community. And obviously there's the admin workers, the directors and heads of service. So thank you, excuse me.
Thank you very much. Nigel Bell.
Thank you, Chair. And in fact, I think I didn't want to repeat everything Teresa said, but I had already mentioned down here, I wanted to mention Jenny Coles again and her important work, much of it I know behind the scenes, and other senior officers. And again, in children's services, as Teresa has said, social workers and care workers, and in particular, they've really tried their best to keep in contact with especially our looked after children. I think that's very important. And I think, again, just wanted to stress again, the staff at all our special schools, what they did throughout the start of the pandemic and beyond, when they kept, and all of our staff, certainly on children's services side. So I just wanted to add my good wishes and thanks to all of them. Thank you.
Thank you, Nigel. And finally, Tim Hutchings.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief, you'll be pleased to hear, and I'm not going to mention anybody by name. But it doesn't need me to mention, we live in incredibly challenging times, often working with the unknown and having to adapt accordingly. And as Richard's mentioned, to do that, we've developed, I think, an amazing cross-county partnership and in groups of people. I think people at the environmental health officers in the various districts and boroughs should be mentioned, and particularly the work they're doing on tracing. The army teams that have come in to help us with testing and tracing, the NHS, of course. We've really got something special going on in this county, and we should be delighted about it. And finally, I'd just like to mention our public health team. You'd expect me to do that, wouldn't you? This was their time to shine. And I don't need to mention anybody particularly, but I think they've shined, will continue to shine, and I think they've done us proud, and I'm very proud to be leading that team.
Thank you very much, Tim. Right, right, Judy. You reserved your right to speak. You have 3 minutes.
That's really kind of you, Colette, but I didn't reserve my right to speak.
Oh,
I actually spoke. If you'd like me to speak again, I will, but I suspect you don't really want me to.
Much as I enjoy listening to your dulcet tones, not on this occasion.
Okay.
Stephen, Giles Medhurst, anything further to add, Stephen?
Yeah, I'll try not to laugh at that last one, but thank you, Chairman. I don't think ever before I've had posing a Liberal Democrat initiative motion, but I have to say this is bipartisan. I think to have so many executive members speaking in support of it. I have to think of one for the next council meeting, so you can all do the same. But I think we are all singing from the same song sheet here. It is right and proper to thank so many people for having done so much. But as Judy said, actually, right at the beginning, we need to learn from some of these things that have been done differently now for the future. But also, we need to learn what we can do better, and also ensure when COVID is over, when this pandemic is over, those staff still get our support, both in terms of their salaries, in terms of their support, in terms of their working environment and their new ways of working. We should not forget the lessons that we have learnt, and we should make sure that actually we go forward collectively with the 10 districts and the outside bodies, and indeed the volunteers that we have a huge bank of who support all of our citizens in Hertfordshire. So it's a collective thank you from all of the county councillors, irrespective of our political views, for everyone, for everything they have done. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And also, as chairman, I'd like to add my strong support for this motion. Right, moving to the voting, which I'm sure will be unanimous. There we go. Now then, don't forget to put your vote in the little round button and then press submit. And the reason why we're getting other is that someone is pressing the submit vote without selecting a for or against or abstain selection. So that's why we keep getting other. So somebody is not pressing the little button. They're pressing submit but not putting a vote in. Okay.
Unanimous.
Right. That is a unanimous vote for the motion. Thank you. Right, we now move on to item 7A on the agenda, which is questions to executive members. There is a time limit of 1 hour for questions, and if we get round all of the exec members and there is time to spare, then we start to go round and further questions can be submitted. And each member has a maximum of 1 minute to ask a question and 1 minute to ask a supplementary. And each member responding has 2 minutes to respond to the question and 2 minutes to any supplementary, which of course should be related to the first questions. And I go straight away to the Leader of the Council, David Williams. So can I have questions for him, please?
I have given a list of the questioners from the Liberal Democrat group, and I'm first to David Williams. So, Colette, you should have a list from our questions.
I don't have a list.
I did give it earlier before the start of the meeting. Okay, so it's myself to David Williams. Colette, if I may.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes.
Given that the Leader of the Council, as Chair of the County Council's Network, is in an unrivalled position to enable to ensure ministers fully understand the position the county councils and Hertfordshire is in, and what needs to be done in terms of the COVID crisis. I'm paraphrasing an answer already given by one of the executive members in writing, David. Could the Leader of the Council please explain or detail his conversations with senior ministers as to how he has put across the case for additional funding support for county councils and in particular Hertfordshire?
So I would I think I just need to explain how that influence is expressed, Stephen. By far, the most of my interactions have been with the Local Government Association. So alongside James Jamieson, Izzy Seckham, John Fuller, and then leaders such as Sir Richard Pease and other leaders from across the country, we are meeting quite regularly, in some cases weekly, in some cases bi-weekly, in order to agree positions on various initiatives or areas where spending is required. And so, as you can imagine, there's been a lot of discussion about track and trace, for instance, and the availability of testing. And I'd like to think that some of those initiatives have moved into some of the things we see on the ground now in Hertfordshire. So, for instance, we have the handoff from NHS National Test and Trace after 24 hours to our call centre. We've got the call centre up and running now, and then we have handoffs to our environmental health officers. So there are many examples where bottom-up local government involvement has contributed to the changes in the way that particularly the Department of Health and Social Care is operating.
Do you have a supplementary, Stephen?
I do. I thank David for that information and elaboration of the situation. Bear in mind the government has announced an additional £1 billion package of support for English councils. Could he detail what further lobbying is likely to be required to ensure that the money is going to be forthcoming for all the services that we need to provide?
So I'm very confident, Stephen, that 1 billion that was announced by the Prime Minister will be forthcoming, and the method for allocating it will be confirmed pretty quickly. That is the fourth tranche of big contributions to local government that have been announced either by Robert Jenrick or the Prime Minister. On each occasion, the method of distribution has just varied somewhat. And so I'm obviously very keen to see that county authorities receive an appropriate share of that. And that normally means that our preference would be to have those funds allocated using the relative needs formula. Separately, there are the arrangements which CCN was very vocal about, which were the arrangements in respect to sales fees and charges, and we wanted a guarantee from government in terms of how those will be addressed. All authorities have now bid into the first distribution of that, and I'm very hopeful that we will see some very positive results for that. And yeah, I'd like to think our authority would receive something between 6 and 7 million in respect of that. Inevitably, there's also been a focus on the spending review. The spending review has been going on, and inevitably CCN has been advocating very strongly for funding from the spending review for local government.
Thank you, David. Right, do we have a question from a Labour member?
We do, Chair.
Right, Judy, go ahead.
Thank you. And having come from a very external question, forgive me for asking a fairly internal question, but it's something I do worry about a great deal. And that is, I would very much like us to look at the progress of how we are conducting our meetings. We've had, all of us, a fantastic amount to learn over the last few months. And if my learning's anything to go by, I've been astonished at how some of us have managed to do that. However, I think that there are some real issues with some of the inconsistencies, if you like, in the ways that we are running cabinet panels. Cabinet panels, for instance, where many for information presentations are being given with no decision to be made. Others where it's strictly business and decisions. Some of our committee meetings taking an enormously long time. And I just have a sense that we could be improving some of the ways we do these things. And I would like to ask the leader of the council whether he would have a very early meeting with myself, our chief officers, and Stephen Giles Medhurst to look at some of those issues. It was disappointing at lunchtime today to be getting messages from people outside the organisation, also not terribly impressed necessarily with the ways we're doing some things at full council as well. I hadn't intended that to be part of my question, but if we could just look at the whole lot in a friendly meeting over a virtual coffee, I'm sure we could all come up with some ideas to make things better for the people who watch us.
You're out of time,
and our own mental health. Thank you.
Yeah. So thank you, Judy. I am very happy that you and I and Stephen and officers sit down just to reflect on the process. We've obviously been through the phase where we were running the special cabinet panel, which was very lengthy and was clearly quite challenging, but that was very much about the circumstances of the moment when we first went into lockdown. My fundamental view, Judy, is that I love the cabinet panel process. Whenever I speak, well, when we had our corporate peer challenge, and then when I speak to others, I'm very happy that we do have our cabinet panel process, and I think it's a great strength of this organisation. But the fundamentals about those meetings should be about shaping policy and policy decisions. And then secondly, there is an element about holding the executive to account in terms of performance. So I think those are two very clear focuses that cabinet panels should have. If there are papers which are for information, then I would strongly advocate that they're not the subject of lengthy presentations. There should be the opportunity simply for members to take those away, read them in their own time, and if necessary, raise questions directly with officers. But elongating meetings to consider issues where there are no decisions required, I'm sure there's a better use of officer time and councillors' time.
Judy, you have supplementary?
Only to ask whether David remembers that I too am a great fan of cabinet panels. So trying to kill them off is certainly not my intention, but making them bearable for those of us who spend, and that's most of us, all of our days staring at screens now, wasn't urgent a few months ago when maybe some of us thought we'd be going back to County Hall and it would be real discourse with real people. But does he agree with me? It's become more urgent to look at it because it looks as though we're now in this situation for the long haul.
I do, Judy, and so I'm very keen to take up your offer that you and I and Stephen discuss this, and just reflect on the ways in which we can improve those processes, both in terms of the experience for councillors and officers, but also in terms of the effectiveness of those meetings. So yes, I'm very supportive of your suggestions in this area.
Splendid, thank you.
Right, do we have a question from a Conservative member? No? Right, so move on to growth, infrastructure planning and economy. Can the question for the executive member, please?
I have a question.
I have a question.
Sorry, who's speaking?
Steve Jarvis.
Thank you.
We had a lengthy discussion at the last Bright meeting about some of the strengths and weaknesses of the government's planning white paper. I wonder, Derek, what your view is about the likely impact of the proposal to have a national levy scheme rather than a localised one in terms of addressing the infrastructure funding gap of £3.5 billion.
I think the simple answer at the moment is who knows, and we are responding quite strongly on that particular issue. There's a draft response from the County Council being put together at the moment, and we do highlight that as a bigger area of uncertainty. I personally believe that these infrastructure costs and levies, if they're going to be one, should be levied locally. You'll know for many, many years I've campaigned hard on the issues of SIL and Section 106. And the fact of the matter is we are just not leveraging our plans strongly enough to deliver the infrastructure we need. it could be a big opportunity, but I'm always very, very wary of nationally set levies. I think I always see the hand of the Treasury in there. That might be a conspiratorial comment, but I think it should be decided locally, and that will be part of our response.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary, Steve?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Right, do we have any questions from a Labour member?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Chair. And can I ask Derek how the taxi trade will be supported during COVID as well? A lot of them are finding it very difficult. And when it comes to the local transport policies, they are mentioned as public transport as well as buses. And on a number of occasions, I've noted that there seems to be not mentioned when it comes to post-COVID or during COVID responses, as they are probably the most secure, COVID-secure means of public transport during this period.
We've had representations from the taxi trade, particularly those who have contracts with us, which we know now no longer necessarily require. We have been giving them some support. I think it's best if I ask the officer to provide a written reply to this, because certainly we have been talking to the taxi trade, particularly those who are normally contracted to us for delivering services.
Do you have a supplementary, Asif?
Yeah, thank you. And it'd be good to get that and just get first-hand experience, not just from the taxi firms, but also the drivers who are on the most of it are self-employed due to the way that these contracts work. I, as well as many other councillors, are getting reports of a lot of problems that they are facing, and I think it's important that as an industry they are supported across Hertfordshire.
Yeah, I'll ask officers to prepare a briefing for members.
Thank you. Do we have a question from a Conservative member?
Yes, I have a question.
Okay.
Thank you. I've noticed an increase lately of the number of school buses that are running since children have returned to school. Could I ask the executive member to give an update on the current situation regarding school transport, and also, due to COVID reducing passenger numbers, what effect this is having on the bus services?
Thank you very much, Jane. I'm very grateful for the question. It does give me an opportunity to highlight the work that's been going on in the Transport Department. I didn't intervene in the previous resolution, but no doubt, we have no doubt that once the starting gun was fired in relation to children going back to schools and requiring bus services, an enormous amount of work has been undertaken to provide large numbers of duplicate bus services on school journeys. There's about 70 odd additional journeys per day on school bus routes to enable children to travel safely to school, to encourage them to travel by bus to school, which of course is in line with our transport policies, but at the same time ensure that other bus users could maintain normal social distancing on the regular services. So a lot of work's been going on there. We have been monitoring it quite carefully. There have been one or two small adjustments that needed to be made, and we've been able to do that pretty much on a next day basis. It does also give me the opportunity to thank the bus companies themselves, who were suddenly faced with requests from the County Council, and have also stepped up to the plate in providing all of these additional services. I think it's worth our recording our thanks to the bus companies of Hertfordshire for actually delivering those additional services, which we are keeping a very close eye on. On the more general question of the network as a whole, nearly all of the bus services in Hertfordshire are now back to normal. All of our rural services are running. There's one or two odd journeys that are still not being run, but all of the rural network is being covered. The main corridors now are back to normal. These are the main corridors of Stevenage, Welwyn, Hatfield, St Albans, Hemel, the A10 corridor, the A505 corridor. All these services are back to normal.
Derek, you're out of time on that one.
All right.
So is there a supplementary, Jane?
No, thank you.
Yeah, can I ask my own supplementary?
No, I'm sorry.
Would I like to add anything?
Pardon?
Thank you, Jane.
Oh, would you like to add anything, Derek?
Yes, I will. Just to carry on to say that all these services are now back to normal. They are restricting passenger numbers to about 50% of normal, which at the moment is sufficient to carry the number of people that want to travel by bus, but the numbers are rising and we're keeping a very close eye on that. There's every evidence that people are complying with social distancing on the buses, wearing their masks, and we'll continue to keep this under review. But at the moment, I believe we've got a good network out there, almost back to 100%, so the services are there for people who do want to use them. And I would encourage people to use those bus services if they have a need to travel. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Derek. Right, we now move on to Highways and Environment. Phil Bibby, questions from the Liberal Democrats, please.
That would be me, Colette. Is the executive member aware that on a costed scheme via the county council using Ringway, that Ringway is adding 20% contingency and 22% preliminaries on a reasonably costed scheme for some bird break fencing, 2 sections of guardrails and moving a sign, where the actual works were costing £1,586, but when these additional costs were added, the total cost came to £2,445. Does he consider this reasonable and value for money?
No, I wasn't aware, and what I'll suggest you do is send me details so that we can actually look at exactly how that work has been costed. It's possibly that there's COVID-related costs involved. I honestly don't know without forewarning of that question, but please do send me details of that particular instance and I will look into it for you.
Okay. Supplementary, Stephen?
Well, I've had to, Phil's almost floored with supplementary. I have sent details to a senior officer. In fact, last week when I was made aware of this information, I've yet to have a response, but I'm happy to forward the further information to Phil. But I would be concerned if 20% contingency and 21% preliminaries is being added to any county council project by Ringway, because that seems quite extortionate.
Right. Have we any questions from a Labour member?
Yes, it's Councillor King. Could I just ask why it takes over 2 months to get a gully cleared that photos have been sent and it's clearly flooding the surrounding land and road, and it's still not been done? Thank you.
I would hope by now you are aware of our gully cleaning programme between 6, 12 and 24 months, depending on the vulnerability. If we get a reported block gully through flooding, etc., our dig out time standard is 12 months. Unfortunately, we have not got resources to react any quicker to that, but I would say to you that the gullies and the waterways are not capable of managing the severe rain conditions we have nowadays. But when we do get flash flooding through gullies that can't cope or block gullies, that flooding normally dissipates within 24 hours. And therefore, I would suggest to you it's not always a priority to actually go out and dig out the gully as quickly as you expect.
Do you have a supplementary question, Joan?
Yes. The gully I'm talking about is completely blocked up to the top, and I've been told this morning that if I want it cleared, it's got to be jet cleared, and I'm going to have to pay for it, which is fine. I don't mind paying for it, but it's taken me 2 months to get that far. This is completely blocked, and it doesn't need a lot of rain. There's mud blocking it and leaves blocking it, so it really does need doing. Thank you.
Right, do you have any questions from a Conservative member? No, right, then move on to Public Health and Prevention. Tim Hutchings, do we have a question from the Liberal Democrats?
Yes, we do. Just bear with me a sec while I find it again. Hi, Tim. First of all, big thanks for the reply to my written questions. That's really appreciated, and it's very good to see that we are doing better than the national system on tracing contacts of those who trace positive for COVID. I don't have a firm view on this, but I just wanted to see what you thought. I mentioned earlier the Independent SAGE proposals, which were published at the end of last week. One of those is a proposal for a new start on test and trace, or what they would prefer to call an FTTIS system, which is find, test, trace, isolate and support. I think we're doing some of that anyway, based on what you've said and what Jim has told me previously. Once we are past cases from the national system. But what would your view be on pushing government to adopt a more locally led and bottom-up system rather than the system that they're currently employing?
Well, I think my view is that if the current system could be made to work effectively, I wouldn't change it too much. The current system suggests that the national system should deal with track and trace in the first 24 hours and then pass it on to local authorities to deal with it thereafter. And we then put it through our call centre, and if that's not successful, we then put it out to districts and boroughs through their environmental health teams. Now, if that works and it works effectively, I wouldn't change it. That having been said, and we are concerned at the speed at which we're being told, or the national setup is passing on inquiries to us. It should take 24 hours. It's currently taking up to nearly 3 days, and we have made representations to that effect this morning, in fact. The frank answer to your question, if we can make the current system work, I wouldn't change it. But if we can't, then I would certainly look at what you're suggesting.
Thank you, Tim. I think my comment on that would simply be to agree mostly. I mean, it is marked how much better Hertfordshire is doing than other parts of even our own close region.
Where's the question, Nigel?
Yeah, sorry, I'll get to it, Colette. Just give me a moment. And I just wanted to highlight one other area, which is, are we able to influence the management of that national trace system locally? I mean, I think one of the issues has been when we did have the military, which somebody spoke up about earlier, and thanking them for their efforts. When they were running, the system seemed to be working better, and since it's been, I'm afraid, put into Serco's hands and others that things have started to go wrong. Do you have a comment on that?
Well, in fact, it was me, I think, that thanked the military, and it was really in relation to testing more so than tracing. They're not involved in tracing.
Sorry, that's what I meant, in testing, yes.
Yeah, so I think we need to split the two. As far as testing is concerned, we've now got facilities in the county to do over 7,500 tests a week, which seems to be perfectly adequate and seems to be working perfectly well. I obviously accept that there's been bumps in the road as we go along. That wouldn't be, it'd be foolish for me to deny otherwise. But I would defend the system to some extent in the past because, you know, as the demand grows, and it has grown quite dramatically, there is a real challenge in keeping up with the level of resource that's required. We have regular discussions on that in the county, and my view is that we should always try to keep a step ahead of the game, as it were. That is a real challenge, and most of the time I think we've succeeded in doing so. But inevitably there will be times when we can't. So again, I think the systems we have are fine. They need to keep moving, they need to keep improving, they need to keep adapting according to circumstances. But I think it's too easy to say, well, let's change the system. You know, let's make what we've got work much better.
Thank you.
Thank you. Questions from a Labour member?
I think that's me. Sorry, Colette, can you hear me?
Yes, I can.
I'm just going to bring up, well, there are two questions. I'm going to just ask about testing of children, because we aren't getting our school children tested in COVID. And I am worried about when there are false positives effectively, or you know, teachers are having to take very cautious action but it is disruptive to schools, and how much we can really push for more testing and the capacity for testing in Hertfordshire by asking government for more testing facility.
I think I understand the question. I mean, at the moment we're only testing people, and that includes young people, of course, when they're symptomatic. And I think we've got plenty of capacity to do that at the moment. Beyond that, I'm not sure what else I can say.
And well, just a supplementary to that, how long, you know, if you're saying, I have heard that some children were not tested even though they were symptomatic, but if they are being tested, how long is it taking for the tests to come back, so that when they are actually negative and their whole bubble has actually been isolated, how we can get them back to school quicker to be less disruptive? How long is that turnaround really taking?
Well, I'm happy to get you a written answer on that one with precise time, but my understanding is it's taking between 24 and 48 hours. What I would say to you is, if someone goes for a test because they're symptomatic, whether or not that test is negative, they should still self-isolate for up to 10 days. And anybody that's been in contact with them should self-isolate for 14 days. So if there's a time lag between the test being done and the result coming back, it ultimately won't make any difference to the period of time that they need to isolate.
Alan Clancy.
How are you, Alan?
I've been trying a few times. I left a message, but I don't
Alan,
like...
can you turn your microphone off, please? Alan Clancy.
Brilliant, absolutely brilliant.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Tim and Margaret, you have the floor again.
I had completed, so.
Right, okay, thank you. Right, do we have a question from a Conservative member? No, okay. So moving on to resources and performance, and Ralph Sangster. Do we have any questions from the Liberal Democrats for Ralph Sangster? Do we have any questions from the Liberal Democrats for Ralph Sangster? Do we have any questions for Ralph Sangster from the Liberal Democrats?
1 second, I'm just trying to sort myself out.
Okay.
You were on, Paul.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Sorry. My apologies.
Accepted.
I'm in the middle of looking at finance data that I was attempting to get my head around for this question. So the question that I've got for Ralph is around our reserves. It would appear that currently our reserves, our generally available accessible reserves, are running at just shy of £200 million. Our total expenditure and turnover per year is 800 million. It seems that the reserves are a very, very significant proportion of our annual budget. Does he think that that is an appropriate amount for our reserves to be at?
Thank you, Paul. I'm not sure that I agree with your analysis of the reserves. I'll do it from memory where best I can, although it would have been helpful to have had a written or notice of that question. But let me build it up from the bottom up. We have about £30 million in our general reserves, and that's about 4% of our turnover each year. It's in line with the current requirements by the Section 151 officer in terms of having sufficient funds to cover that 4%. That's his opinion on our general reserve level. We then have something like 80 to 90 million pounds, which are in our earmarked reserves, and they also include reserves which are assigned to various projects and programs which are being undertaken on a longer than one year basis, and therefore are not available to be used unless in exceptional circumstances
Otherwise, you would lose the opportunity of that funding being available for instance, associated with travel towns, sustainable travel towns, which is one of the reserves. But we do have some reserves which are earmarked, which are also representative of our Invest Transform Fund and our general fund against our inability to achieve the savings which are being brought forward by various departments to meet our objectives. Most of the rest of those funds are not available for us to spend. They are principally monies secure, which we look after, but are for other people. For instance, school funds are included in that sum of money, and therefore is not available for us to spend. And there are others. So I would question your classification of available funds to be spent. I think it's much closer to the way I have analysed it than the way you did.
Paul, supplementary?
I do have a supplementary, because the data that I'm going off is not the material that was presented to the Resources Committee, but is in fact in our draft statement of accounts for 1920 that went to Audit Committee just the other week. And what that suggests is that our total reserves are in the region of 290 million, of which 94 million are held for schools and other organisations that we don't then have control over, suggesting that nearly 200 million is in fact in the control and the gift of the county council, be they in specific reserves or otherwise. And it just struck me as being a really significant amount of money, especially when we're in the situation that we find ourselves in, where services are under pressure and those reserves need to be utilised. So I just wanted to take your view on what our current reserve situation was, given the reported level in the statements of account.
Is there a question in there?
Well, I wanted to take your view on what the reported statement of accounts report on reserves was, where we have control of nearly £200 million.
I think I would need to review those, because they don't accord with my understanding of the ability to use those fundings. So I'm more than happy to respond to you with a written answer, but I am fairly well sure that although you may have perceived them as such, they are not necessarily available for our general use.
Right. Do we have questions from a Labour member?
Yes, Chair, that'll be me, Sharon Taylor.
Thank you.
Councillor Sangster, the risk management report which we received last Friday at the Audit Committee highlighted a number of areas of risk which have been greatly exacerbated by COVID. Of course, one of those was the financial risk, but the risk to the council's finances was shown as the greatest, with a score of 48. But we also noted the risk to the county's plans for generating income through its property ventures. I'd like to ask what action you're taking to identify and interrogate the risk to income generated through those property ventures. The risk score for property was at 32, so that's relatively high as well. So we were told by the Audit Committee that we would be investigating an audit the resources issue. So I wondered if you had plans to undertake an investigation of the property financial risk.
The Audit Committee and through its internal audit process provide us with a very excellent service to secure internal assessment of our risk profile, and I'm sure the internal profiles are appropriate in terms of the various risks that have been identified, particularly in around our income position. I don't think anybody would suggest that we or any local authority are immune from the position of the COVID situation and the circumstances which arise as a consequence of potential losses of income and or whether we're going to receive sufficient funding through from central government. In specifically the property area, we took through my panel and through cabinet the other day arrangements to ensure that the property company at Hearts for Living is well placed to secure the maximum amount of profits from our development sites, which we're bringing forward, particularly the smaller ones. We've increased the ability of the property company to borrow further funds to ensure that those smaller developments are not sold into the market, and any losses of profits are taken into consideration. I'm sure conversations are taking place regarding the joint venture with Chalkney. A number of sites have been brought forward. We will no doubt be looking at the sales volumes that are coming through from those sites as they are developed. And should there be circumstances which we consider to be of concern, we will be addressing those with the managing director of Hearts for Living.
Thank you. Supplementary, Sharon?
Yes, thank you. I look forward to seeing a further report on how that's going to impact on the council's finances in due course. My supplementary is really, we've seen the audit committee take on the challenge of looking at the very high risk, the 48 score risk of finances. What liaison goes on between yourself and the chair of audit to make sure we're not double handling any of this kind of we've also got obviously the whole scrutiny, the IP process of the budget as well. So how are you making sure we're not double handling any of this?
I'm pleased to say that the chairman of audit keeps me informed of many situations which are developing in the audit committee's lens in terms of looking at various issues that are coming forward. I'm fairly content that the audit committee's response to the risk profiles and bringing forward internal audits are very welcome in terms of looking at various issues. We have within the resources team our own value for money projects, which we are or reports which we bring forward on various topics within the resources and other portfolios. And I'm very keen to make sure that those don't duplicate the internal audit process, and we make sure that that's the case. So I'm very content that we are ensuring that we do not duplicate our work, but that we learn from all the opportunities we have, both from internal audit and from our own resources and reviews of the IP and other financial situations, to ensure that we make sure that the council is well prepared and well represented by those concerns that are identified in the risk profile.
Thank you for your response.
Do we have a Conservative question? Have a Conservative member? Do we have a question from any Conservative member? No. Okay, so moving on then to Adult Care and Health, Richard Roberts. A question from the Liberal Democrats, please.
Thank you, Colette. Yeah, Richard, there is evidence that the standard of the rollout of flu vaccination to Hertfordshire's communities has been mixed. As chair of the Health and Wellbeing Board, would you, as the executive member, use his influence to ensure that all residents have access to flu vaccination, either through the primary care networks, local pharmacies, and other means, to prevent a double whammy of COVID plus flu this winter?
Good question, topical, spot on, Ron. As you know, and I suspect that many people in this meeting and outside know, that flu stocks are limited, although I have it on good authority that you can still get one at Asda. Other supermarkets may not be so successful. The number of care home residents, about 78% have had their jab, which is quite good going, and we should get new stocks in November. But your point that we need our primary care, our GP practices, and all of our care settings to have the potential to offer a flu jab is essential. Tom Hennessy, who is our senior lead in North and East as far as integrated care is concerned, is all over this like a rash, not a flu rash. And he is one of the things he's chasing is to ensure that more of our staff, our frontline staff, have got a flu jab this winter, and that work continues. Thank you for your question. You have a supplementary, Ron?
Yes, Richard. It's could a report be made to the next Health and Wellbeing Board on this subject?
Rather than a report, Ron, I think what we could almost do is a short sort of update, and we could ask one of our senior health colleagues to provide that for us, if not Tom Hennessy himself.
Thank you.
Questions from Labour Group.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you. My question to Richard is, during the pandemic, recreational engagement and activities for people with disabilities have had to be curtailed, meaning that some people and their unpaid carers have literally, and this is in their own words, become prisoners in their own homes. And of course, that has an impact on their mental health. Do we know what services have continued in any form? And where that hasn't been possible, has there been any extra support for vulnerable people and their carers?
Thanks, Drita. You will know that the main ways that carers can be supported and families supported to provide additional support can be through respite and or day centres, and also through moving on then through supported living. We didn't close our day centres, but what families tended to do during the early parts of the pandemic was to keep their young ones, their children, away from day centres, and respite care virtually stopped altogether. And that was the wish of families, that should be the case. But your point is that then that builds up pressure in the home, and our day centre staff were redeployed in supporting carers and supporting those with the LD and PD to live, to be able to get out of the home and to be contacted. And some of that was virtual and online. And I know that providers of these services also went the extra mile to provide online contact with their friends who they would normally have met, for example, in a day centre. In terms of carers, we met with the Dementia Society recently, and supporting carers, again, I hate to mention the name again, but Tom Hennessy took that away as an action that we would support carers as much as possible during this time. And of course, as we're in second peak, it's even more important than in the summer months.
Supplementary?
Okay, and thank you for that, Richard. And I guess perhaps along the same lines as Ron's supplementary, is there any way that we could have a report back to panel, be it verbal or written, as to the take-up of the services that you've just outlined?
I think the answer to that is yes, Drita, and there's a slightly more strategic view of that as well. COVID has changed some of the behaviours of our LD and PD community, and I think there is a bigger conversation to be had about how we support them in the future so that they can live the lives they want to live. The Connected Lives programme is all about maximising the opportunity in the community, and I think your question aligns with that opportunity, and that won't necessarily be going to the same place day in, day out, year in, year out. And there might be other ways of providing a more fulfilled, a more stimulating, a more contributive opportunity for those with LD and PD. So the answer absolutely is yes. We'll find a way to bring that through to panel. Thank you.
Thank you.
Do we have a question from the Conservative members? No. Okay, so moving on then to children, young people and families, Teresa Heritage, Executive Member. Can we have questions from the Liberal Democrat group, please?
Thank you, Chairman. Yes, I have a question for Teresa. And Teresa, I'm not expecting you to give me the answer today. I'm happy to have a written answer to this question. but I do have a supplementary. Members have been informed through performance data of the number of education healthcare plans submitted and the ability of the service to process these in due time. What has not been revealed is how well the service is achieving the vital annual reviews of existing EHCPs, where circumstances may have changed, but the schooling and support has remained the same, for example. Can the executive member tell me what proportion of annual reviews are carried out on time and what the service is doing to improve this?
Okay, thanks, Mark. Yeah, you're quite correct. I can't provide the numbers off the top of my head. I know that there have been some delays, obviously, during COVID, but as far as I'm aware, education has been continuing. But let me get you a written response on that one. Yeah.
And I do have a supplementary, if I may, Chair, and it's quite simple. It's a bit like the line of the last questions. Can we make sure that this information is then provided to panel? It seems to be a gap in what we're being kept in process. It's not, I think, part of the official KPIs, but hearing from quite a number of families, it's a major cause of frustration to them that they're not getting their reviews done, and therefore the services they're being offered are not appropriate to their now changed needs.
Yeah, I hear what you say, Mark. Just to say, over the COVID period, because of the increase of EHCPs and the additional work that's been coming, because they keep coming in, we have taken on 26 more staff members to help clear backlogs and work through the process. So that should help. But I do recognise what you're saying around data coming to the panel. And as you know, we've been doing quite a significant amount of work around SEND, and we've got a much better grasp now of what's gone on before and what's going on. So yes, I'll undertake that we try and have some more regular updating, but it won't be part of the LCS system. It's going to have to be something that our dear Paul, one of our officers, pulled together for us. But yes, that can come, and probably I'll share it with members before the next panel, although that is in November, so it's not too far away.
Yeah. Thank you very much, Chair.
Right. Questions from the Labour Group?
Thank you, Chair. And can I ask Teresa, in your report, you mentioned the projected 700 children's social care referrals expected in October, because obviously the initial lockdown, if you know, had kept a lid on it. So I just wondered, and you were going to put on more resources in place to cope with that.
Yeah.
How is that going?
At the moment, we're only 5% higher than the 2019 figures, but officers are expecting that to continue to December. There are more referrals coming in. And as members know, there have been more domestic abuse cases. So we are expecting this challenge to keep filtering through. Yeah, so it's not as high as we thought at this moment in time, but that was the end of September. That's what I've got the stats for. So have to wait to the end of the month and get a better feel for it. But we have got more staff there as well.
Okay, just a supplementary. Okay, thanks for that. And obviously you're pleased that there's more staff waiting to cope. And obviously if it's not been as much as you'd projected for October, that's fine. But obviously we need to be ready, because you do say that increase may lead to more children in need, more obviously child protection, and obviously more children looked after. So can you say how those three groups have been affected so far?
So we have more children looked after. We've got 977 at the moment. That is mostly due to the fact that children are staying in care rather than moving on, because we haven't got spaces in the court. And that's a national challenge, and we're working through it. CPs are slightly up, but not yet. And children in need, that I think, as I haven't written it down, that's obviously not changed dramatically. So I think at the end of October, we'll have a better feel as what's come at us since schools have started. So it's a little bit too early yet to update on those figures that are in my report, but you'll get those.
Okay, thanks for that. And hopefully on the November the 2nd panel meeting, we'll have those.
We'll make sure we've got those. Yep, Nigel, that's fine.
Thank you.
Right. Do we have a question from the Conservative group? No. Right, moving then on to community safety and waste management, Terry Hone. Questions from the Lib Democrat group.
Yes, Colette. Terry, in your report, you made reference to the Hertfordshire Local Resilience Forum and the work that they've done supporting the bodies over the COVID-19. And I think it's very useful that we have this group already set up to handle risks like this. One issue that I'm sure may have been raised with you by residents is a perception that the hard work that the trading standards and environmental health officers are doing to get COVID regulations complied with is not always being supported by police enforcement action. Have you had any discussions with the police, either the Chief Constable or the Police Crime Commissioner, about the ability of the police to enforce COVID regulations?
Yes, is the answer to that. We have regular meetings with the Police and Crime Commissioner, along with the portfolio holders from each of the districts and boroughs, actually. And that we take the opportunity there to challenge the Police and Crime Commissioner on a number of things, besides, of course, what also happens at the Cabinet panel. And that question did come up about enforcement, and certainly the Police and Crime Commissioner came back and said, yes, he has the 4 E's, and the last one is enforcement. And so they encourage. They go through the process of encouraging, making sure those people who deem to be a little bit wayward are enthusiastically encouraged not to do so. If that doesn't work, then enforcement does come in. We did push a little bit and say, we think we need more enforcement. And I think the Police and Crime Commissioner, I know the Police and Crime Commissioner, recognises that. And so did Charlie Hall, the Chief Constable, that there may be opportunities now, even more so, for us to push on with enforcement.
Supplementary?
Not.
Thank you, John. Questions from the Labour group?
Yes, Chair, that's me, Margaret, Councillor Eames Peterson. Terry, now that we are 20 days into Herts County Council both owning and directly managing the local waste recycling centres, I wondered if the executive member wished to comment on the handover status from Amy at this stage and any projected financial savings.
Well, thank you for that. Yes, certainly the handover went very well. If you've been along to your local sites recently, you will see lovely orange uniforms that they are wearing rather than the yellow, with Herts Recycling on the back of it and on the front of it. I have one of those as well, which is quite big, but you might see that when we cut the ribbon at Weir. So yes, it's gone very well. The staff have transferred over. They all seem very happy. There are a few gaps still in our recruitment, which was created. Some people did not transfer over. That was minimal. That was 4 or 5 out of 70 odd, 75 odd. So because they were retiring at the end of the month, the end of October, or into November, December. So they didn't transfer over. They took the packages that Amy were offering. So we are recruiting. We've had some temporary staff in there as well, but certainly it is working well. And when it comes to efficiencies in terms of opportunities to improve the service at the same time save money, of course, we did get the divorce settlement from Amy. I think that number, in case it's not in the public domain, I'm not going to mention, but certainly was not unsubstantial. That was part of the deal, and that will supplement our opportunities in the future.
Supplementary?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So would the executive member therefore agree, given how well it's gone, that we should be looking to bring other services in-house in Hertfordshire County Council?
Again, good question. The answer to that is it varies. I mean, it's the right thing. If it is, and Ralph is probably a better one to answer that than me, but certainly if it is deemed to be the right thing to do around those services, then yes, we should bring it. And best consideration comes into this. It's not just pure financial. Is it, can we supply that services? If the answer to that is yes, we can supply the service, and yes, we can provide it better to the public, and yes, we can do it more efficiently, more effectively, then I'll leave it to each of the directors to recommend those sorts of things to the portfolio holders, which will come back up through the chain. So, but Ralph would, of course, encourage anything which is more efficient in terms of financials to go that way. And he will say, what's best consideration? we cannot risk the service to the customers, to the people of Hertfordshire. That's exactly what we didn't do with Amy. We guaranteed that service. If anything, we're going to improve it, as you will see on the 28th this month when we open Weir.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Do we have any questions from the Conservative group? No. Then we move on to education, libraries and localism. Terry Douris. Liberal Democrats, question for the executive member.
Thank you, Chairman. Terry, first of all, I'd like to just say generally a big congratulations, or thanks, I should say, to John Birch for all the information he provides us twice a week, whatever it is now, on COVID and the impact it's having. But I'm particularly concerned about the data that we're getting on schools. Not that we're getting it, and I'm very pleased to say that so that came out of a conversation I had with Simon Newland, but on the fact that it's regarded as confidential and can't be shared. I mean, what is the executive members' view on this when, for example, I can open up the Watford Observer and be told exactly what the status of COVID infections in the local area is? Doesn't it seem rather odd that I, as a county councillor, can't share this information, but the local press are getting it?
Thank you, Mark. It's not for me to say how the local press or the local reporter has obtained the information. That's for them to know. What I would say is that it is a little frustrating that there seems to be some inaccuracies in some of the media coverage or the quotes. For example, on our quote, there seems to be this belief that you can decide what contact people have had in a class of 30 based on one teacher's observations. That's actually simply not true. Schools are the contact point and would write to the parents following the extremely detailed guidance for the actions that are taken. And the decision to send a class bubble home or to self-isolate would have been taken by the head teacher in close discussion with the infection control nurses and the incident management team. And it's worth noting that we have increased the number of infection control nurses that we have and supplemented them by 2 retired head teachers to give additional information and support to schools. In terms of the actual confidentiality, we have, I think, and I'm quite clear about this, having taken extensive collaboration from legal information, government, public health and PHE colleagues, we must observe medical confidentiality, and providing any breakdown of the information about information to schools and the number of people affected by coronavirus in the school community could lead to a significant risk of personal data being disclosed. We are not trying to keep anything from elected members, but we do have to, especially in the world of social media, we do have to guard against inaccurate and shall I say quick fingers on keyboards, setting out situations which are not accurate and which will cause concern. And in the time remaining, I can say that there is new information going out this afternoon to schools, given the latest information that has arrived.
We're out of time, Terry.
Terry, I'll feed you a nice softball on this one then. I was going to say, I think that the information flowing to schools from your central team, and no doubt from public health as well, it comes from multiple sources, has been highly commendable. Is there anything else you wanted to add to that? But I would also want to put in a comment that I understand what you're saying, but it seems extraordinary that local county councillors are somehow treated as not trustworthy in some respects. And you've just made the point that there are ill-informed information going out, and I would like to be able to, to act as a source of a conduit of correct information. But if you've got more to say about the information flowing to schools, I'll be very interested to hear it.
It's certainly something that I would take back to the officers. I would stress that we are not seeking to deprive any county councillor from the relevant information, but we do have to be aware of the ever-changing situation. And indeed, we are seeing, as I mentioned a moment ago, an evolving situation even as we speak. And to the extent that at the moment, just to give you an example, our recommendation is that face covering should be worn in communal areas in schools. But if there were a situation where we would move to the next level, that guidance would become mandatory. So that's just an indication of how quickly things may change. But if you, I'm very happy to discuss with you on a one-to-one basis, and also with Judy as your colleague, how we might be able to improve the flow of information. But I thank you for the comment that John Birch, regarding John Birch's information units on a bi-weekly, twice weekly, do have. But there again, some of those things do have to be treated with a level of confidentiality and a need to know for elected members.
Thank you. Are there any questions from the Labour group?
There certainly are. Thank you, Chair. On the same theme, on exactly the same subject, it seems that Mark and Terry have both read my mind. I've been, I think, quite strangely criticised for my questions about the confidentiality issue over the last week or so, because never in my wildest dreams has there been any suggestion that one would disclose personal information about any individual in any school whatsoever. So I was going to ask if, rather in the spirit of the virtual cup of coffee that David and Stephen Giles Medhurst and I arranged earlier to better understand some situations and each other's opinions, whether Terry would in fact, and he's just made the offer, so I'm going to ask him again, whether he will have that virtual cup of coffee with Mark and myself, and presumably Simon Newland, and it might be useful Jim as well, so that we can absolutely understand our different positions on this issue, which has never ever been about breaking confidentiality of individuals, but of needing important information. And the idea that school communities and parents in schools don't know exactly what's happening in their children's classrooms is quite extraordinary given their current use of social media. So can we please sit down and discuss this so we have a better understanding of what it is reasonable for county councillors to know about their divisions and what it really isn't, which of course is personal information.
And Judy, I am very happy to do that. I'm not seeking to stop any county councillor from having the relevant information. Happy to sit down with you and Mark, with officers, and and discuss the best way that we can share the relevant information with members. But I think you actually make an interesting point that shall I say, the local telegraph of people in any one local area says, oh, we've heard that so-and-so's got it, so-and-so somewhere else has got it. And we have actually heard, not necessarily in Hertfordshire, but we have heard of teachers or adult school staff being pilloried and having a finger pointed at them and saying, oh, you weren't in school last Monday, is that because you've self-isolated? And that's where it starts to get a little difficult, and that's where we need to protect the folks who, as we've previously said, have worked so hard and do give so much. So, but to summarise, I'm not seeking to deny you, any member, the relevant information. I'm very happy to sit down with a cup of coffee or even a glass of white wine.
Any supplementary? You're muted, Judy.
No, don't tell Judy.
I just want to ask Terry if he will acknowledge that it has never, as far as I know, been the intention of any county councillors to become part of the school telegraph system. In many ways, what we like to do in our divisions is to act as a moderating force. And so when we find ourselves not trusted by our own organisation, it can be pretty hard when basically what we're trying to do is provide a moderating sound out there in representing the people who elected us.
And this is where we might potentially part company in a sense, Judy, insofar as in that spirit of moderation, those who would seek to misinterpret that moderating voice that you mentioned could actually misrepresent what you have rightly said. And indeed, I know that, if you like, the beginning of this conversation occurred because you came to me and said, did I know about a particular school, which I didn't. And indeed, we didn't know, because the local Telegraph had actually picked up a situation over a weekend and had informed you. And for whatever reason, we were, if you like, behind the curve, and that is very difficult to actually deal with. And that's where I think we have to be so careful that we don't say the wrong thing or give the wrong impression. But I stress again, I am not seeking to deny any member of any of the relevant information.
And we should never be afraid to say the right thing. Thank you, Chair.
Yep.
Right. Questions from the Conservative group?
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. Yeah, I'd like a change of subject. I'd like to ask the executive member if he supports the introduction of the new rail card for veterans. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I absolutely do. You can be a veteran if you have served for only one day in the armed forces. And I'm delighted that one of our local MPs, the Transport Secretary, Grant Shapps, has introduced this, and it now turns out that it's available from the 5th of November. And indeed, there is a discount if you apply a one-year rail card. Instead of costing £30, is going to cost only £21, so a £9 discount. But I think it's a great way of demonstrating to our veterans who have served in a number of different ways to protect us and keep us safe over a number of years, or even a few days. I think it's an excellent move, and I commend the Transport Secretary for it. And I hope that many veterans that we have in the county will avail themselves of it. And I'm very proud to be the chair of the Hertfordshire Armed Forces Covenant Board, which incidentally we are looking at renewing the covenant on the 10th anniversary in 2021.
Thank you. Do you have a supplementary?
Yeah, you might not know the answer, but does it cover national service as well? Do you know?
I don't know the answer. I don't know the answer, and rather than give you false information, I will find out and let members know.
It's just interesting because we heard about a blind one of the charities for the blind, and they do support veterans with lots of sight who've done national service, so it might apply, but and then we can spread the word if we find that out. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, there being no further questions, we have now run out of time on that one, so the hour has elapsed, so that the executive members has finished. Moving on to item 7B, which is written questions to executive members. Under Standing Order 8(9), written questions have been received, and the questions and written replies are appended to this order of business. For items 8, 9 and 10 on the agenda, the time limits for speeches in the debates on items 8, 9 and 10 are as follows. The mover of the motion gets 5 minutes, and the first speaker from each of the other groups, or the speaker who has been nominated to the chairman previously in writing by a group leader, has 5 minutes. All other speakers, including the mover of the motion, when exercising their right to reply, 3 minutes. So, item 8, report from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee. Can I invite David Andrews to move the motion?
Indeed you may, Madam Chairman. Many thanks. Could I propose that the report from the Overview and Scrutiny Committee be received by the Council? Thank you.
Thank you. Could I invite Nigel Quinton to second, please?
Thank you. I'm very happy to second that.
Thank you. And now we move to the debate. Can I invite Lynn Chesterman as the lead speaker? Is there another speaker from the Labour group on this? No. Okay.
I don't think so, Chair.
Yeah, fine. Thank you. So, are there any other speakers who are wishing to speak at this moment? No, right. Right, Nigel Quinton, you reserved your right. You have 5 minutes if you wish to use it.
I didn't actually collect because I didn't really have anything to add. So no, I think the report is fine. So moving on.
Thank you. David Andrews, do you wish to exercise your right of reply?
Well, Madam Chairman, in view of the fact that there is a motion immediately following this, I'm not at all clear how that is best dealt with. So I seek guidance from yourself whether I should comment about that or indeed wait until 8.2 comes to the fore.
I would suggest that you wait until 8.2 comes to the fore.
Happily, Madam Chairman.
Right, okay. Right, so electronic voting, scroll up. There we are. And we're voting to accept, to reject, or to abstain the report. Go. Oops. Who's
Mute, Colette.
been a long day, guys. Right, voting is closed. The votes are 458, so that has been carried. Right, moving on to 8.2. Can I invite Ron Tindall to move the motion, please?
You're on mute too, Ron.
You're on mute, Mon.
You're on mute.
Failed. Right. In moving this motion, I should like to pay tribute to the work of the Herts Adult Safeguarding Board, who have since inception protected those in care in our community. My comments on the review into practice in care homes during this COVID crisis is not a criticism of them, but of the guidelines under which the review was conducted, with the almost predictable result that the vital target was missed. What happened in the care homes in the early days of COVID-19, and did that play any part in the deaths that occurred? The facts are that on 25th of February, Public Health England issued guidance that it was very unlikely that care homes would become infected. On 19th of March, National Health Service England released discharge guidance that was to be implemented by all systems, immediately urgently discharging all hospital patients who were medically fit to leave. The CCGs admitted to the Health and Wellbeing Board that 181 people were discharged from Watford and Lister between 19th of March and 15th of April into care homes, but 135 of these were never tested for COVID-19. Also, 23 who were tested positive were still discharged into care homes. Herts care home deaths began to rise on the 14th of April, soaring to 28 in a single day on the 20th of April. The incidence of death did not subside until May. In June, members on this side of the chamber received confirmation from the Director of Adult Care Services that any review would address the events of this period. That has not happened. I'm not saying that the review is not useful in preparing for what is to come. I'm saying that there were a considerable number of Hertfordshire residents lost in those early days of COVID-19, and we on this side of the chamber would like to know whether the measures introduced by the government on 19th of March contributed in some way to that loss. In the absence of attention to these matters, in the published review, we now seek an independent inquiry to find out what happened. I so move and invite Paul Sikowski to second.
Right. Paul, would you like to second the motion, please?
Thank you, Colette. I second the motion and reserve my right to speak.
Thank you. I'd like to move to the debate, and can I invite Richard Roberts as the lead speaker for the Conservative group? And you have 5 minutes, Richard.
Thank you so much, Chairman. My response links closely to the written question of Ron's, which is on page 18, and also to acknowledge that this report from the Adult Safeguarding Board will be coming to my panel on the 2nd of November, where there can be further debate. It has, of course, already been to scrutiny, and hence why we're having this debate now, and this motion's been proposed under the scrutiny rules. This motion, like its predecessors, calls for an independent inquiry into hospital discharges, policy, PPE and national testing. The inquiry announced by Boris Johnson is that vehicle for that independent inquiry. We have said this before, and I am saying it again. At a local level, we're on a constant learning curve to try to improve our response to COVID, support our care providers, our domiciliary care teams, and our many settings for those with learning and physical disabilities.
Richard, can I interrupt, because Nigel Quintin has raised a point of order? Nigel,
Thank
what's
you,
your
Chair. This has not come to OSC as yet. It was published too late for the meeting last week or the week before. So I believe it will be coming to the December meeting in some form, although we haven't actually determined that yet.
My apologies. I thought it had, and I thought I'd heard comments about it. Notwithstanding that, it will still be coming to my panel on November the 2nd, and the full report there will be available, including many of the points that are raised in the written reply to Ron's question on page 18. Our work here in the county has been recognised by the government, by the National Care Provider Association, by all our agencies in the greater partnership cooperation that has evolved during these long months, recognised cross-party at panels and scrutiny, and today, in fact. We know that the integrated discharge team, social care and NHS hospital colleagues continue to make high-quality discharge decisions, and at the same time reflecting on Ian McBeath's letter to care providers of 23rd of March, and I quote, "During the coming weeks, there will be times when we need to discharge patients from hospital into riskier circumstances than we would normally consider. This may include discharge from hospital back into a place where other people are self-isolating or symptomatic, or where the patient themselves must leave the hospital with a COVID-19 diagnosis. We will weigh these risks and put in place the best plan to keep people safe, but it is very unlikely that any setting will be riskier than people remaining in hospital for longer than they need to. This sets a clear intent that the care of patients and staff were uppermost in minds of those dealing with this situation. The agreed review of deaths in Hertfordshire care homes by the Independent and Multiple Partnership Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board was scoped from the 24th of March until the 30th of June, locked down until the first peak. The terms of reference are clear and signed off by Chris Badger and Liz Hanlon, chair of the board. It was a qualitative survey-based approach. The report sets out its scope and recommendations, and in summary, the working partnerships grew stronger and staff across all involved agencies went over and above their normal duties to care for residents. The report is moving and informative with its 6 key recommendations, number 6 being the identification of separate areas for those residents who are discharged from hospital, whether tested or not tested. We know that we are not a national outlier from our peak, although our proximity to London didn't help. What nobody knew at the start of the pandemic was that staff and residents can be asymptomatic for some time, and infection can spread quickly in care home settings. A recent study released through SAGE, along with others, is increasingly certain that staff, both carers and perhaps in the early days from other trades and visitors, unwittingly brought the infection into homes. In many ways, it is less likely residents discharged from hospital are the source of outbreaks, because if they weren't tested before discharge, it was assumed they may be infectious and isolated accordingly. Detailed analysis within the department is being undertaken, but this may well be inconclusive. However, all learning will be shared. I do agree that we must continue to do all we can to understand from peak 1, but I remind colleagues that this pandemic never went away. Staff have been working to support the care sector for 9 months now, with the second peak of intensity already upon us. Government has changed discharge policy 3 times, but let us not forget that the real fear was that the NHS would not be able to cope with the numbers of COVID patients flowing into hospitals. They did cope. I am delighted to report that at the moment our care homes have not been overwhelmed with infection, with the lessons learned and relearned through infection control, additional staffing and PPE usage, paying dividends in Hertfordshire care settings. I reject this motion on the grounds that once again it utterly misunderstands where the independent public inquiry sits and appears to be undermining the intent and independence of the Safeguarding Board's review. Again, I pay homage to care staff, NHS colleagues, our own officers who have gone above and beyond, continuing to do so sometimes in traumatic and testing circumstances as they care for our residents. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you. And we did give you a little extra because of the interruption for Nigel's point of order, as it were.
Bless you, Chairman.
Right. Can I ask if there is the lead speaker for the Labour group to speak?
Thank you, Chair. Briefly.
Go ahead.
Thank you. I very much welcome the opportunity that Richard has outlined, that we will be able to have a full discussion in regards to the terms of reference of the Adult Safeguarding Board at a future panel meeting. I mean, this isn't just in terms of deaths in care homes related to COVID. This report also addressed mental health issues that people in care homes were suffering from during the pandemic due to isolation. On a personal note, I had an aunt in residential care who actually gave up eating during the pandemic and died because she felt abandoned, because she did not understand why nobody was allowed to visit her. And according to the report, that seems to be quite a common factor, and one that I'm very pleased to see that has been addressed and that we're learning from those experiences and trying to put into place means that people will be able to be contacted more regularly, more easily by their families, but that's not always possible. So as I say, I do welcome the opportunity to debate and look very carefully and scrutinise this report at a panel very soon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dreda. Right, we're now going to open up the debate and you all have 3 minutes. Could I ask Ralph Sangster to speak, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I addressed the principal issue raised by this motion to undertake an independent inquiry. And I would like to make it clear that I have prepared this contribution in consultation with the Chief Legal Officer. The request for an independent inquiry continues to be raised, even though it's been answered on many previous occasions. The motion is calling for an independent inquiry principally into the high numbers of deaths in the care sector and the management of the COVID-19 situation in the care sector in Hertfordshire. That sort of inquiry undertaken at a national level will be governed by the Inquiries Act 2005, which provides a statutory framework in which a government minister may establish an inquiry which may best be described as a statutory inquiry. Such inquiries most importantly, may exercise the power to subpoena witnesses and require the submission of relevant documents. They are regarded as independent because the chair will be drawn from outside government, often a QC or senior academic selected by the minister governing the inquiry. The answer to the requests to have a council-led independent inquiry is that there is no similar power which enables the local authority to hold an inquiry with the important powers to require attendance of witnesses and submission of documents. We do not have the capacity or the legal authority to conduct such an inquiry. Without those powers to require attendance of witnesses and submission of documents, any inquiry would be rendered ineffective, particularly in the case where many of those care homes are owned or operated by companies or charities. That is why the Council supported the Independent Adult Safeguarding Board lead intervention by Liz Hammond, She had powers under her safeguarding role to seek out and receive information on a statutory basis. The only effective independent inquiry into the COVID-19 response can be undertaken by central government. I understand the passion promoter of the motion has for this issue, but however many times he asks the question, the answer is going to remain the same. We do not have the power to undertake an independent inquiry. Thank you.
David Andrews.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. If I may just take a few moments to advise members of what it is. We've heard very cogently from submissions thus far what we can't do, but there are, however, things that we can do. We need to recognise that when it came to the care home review of practice that was produced by the Hertfordshire Safeguarding Adults Board, they were perfectly entitled and indeed did set their own terms of reference. But members will have noted from the report in my name only a few moments ago that the Offshore Overview and Scrutiny will be holding a topic group to look at the work of the HSAB very shortly. And that is an opportunity to challenge the effectiveness of their work, their safeguarding work during COVID. This is coming forward on the 7th of December. It's now firmly in members' diaries, and I'm thankful for the opportunity to reiterate that. The scope for this Overview and Scrutiny topic group is close to completion. Moreover, we will be holding a separate topic group on care homes specifically, and that will come forward into early in the new year. This was discussed at the joint meeting held in July and August, and members confirmed that this be timed to follow behind the other relevant scrutinies. And indeed, the October Overview and Scrutiny meeting reaffirmed the work programme, including the HSAB and care home scrutiny. So I hope members find that useful. Whilst we can't hold an inquiry, we don't have the writ. There are certainly things that we can and will do, and Overview and Scrutiny is happy to hear from members who wish to contribute. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, Margaret Eames-Patterson, you've asked me if you can ask a question. Of course, the answer is yes, but outside the meeting. We're actually in debate. We're not in question mode, as it were. Right, Seamus Quilty.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Hope you can hear me. I totally support what Ralph has said. I understand the good work that Ron Tyndall is trying to promote, but unfortunately, in this particular instance, we do not have the powers to hold a public inquiry or any inquiry really. But what we can do is what the chairman of Overview and Scrutiny has just said, and that is hold a topic group. So I do hope that all members that can possibly come along to the topic group, potentially if they want to speak and if they want to ask questions, maybe let David know in advance, because it would be very helpful for him to know. But in this case, the actual public inquiry or independent inquiry, it's down to government. So I think we just wait to hear what the government have to say at the relevant time. In the meantime, we will carry on with our work here in Hertfordshire and do the topic group on the 7th of December. Thank you.
Thank you, Seamus. Nigel Quinton.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so a couple of things that have come up. I'd just like to clarify my understanding as Vice Chair of Scrutiny. So the scrutiny programme is, as David described, the meeting on the 7th of December specifically is excluding this topic. That was part of the programme. I think it's probably in the report that we've just voted on. If you look in Appendix A of that report, you will see a separate entry for care homes, which was dependent on the outcome of this report from Liz Hanlon. And that probably won't have a chance to be visited until probably well into next year, given the crowded timetable for scrutiny that we have. So just to be clear on that. I think that the main point here is that when we debated this last in July, the HSAB approach was put forward as an alternative to the inquiry that we were asking for at that time. And I think it is unfortunate that the terms of reference for that report have specifically excluded the issues that were raised at the July meeting. And I think that's the bone of contention here. It's not that we criticise the report. I think there are some excellent points that have come out of that report. It's very much, though, an investigation into the experience of care homes and how they've coped. And I would agree with almost everything that Richard said about the way that officers have risen to the challenge across the county and its partners throughout. So that is not the issue. The only issue is that we felt and still feel that the severity of the effect in care homes demanded a proper assessment as to what had caused that. And the only other thing I would disagree with Richard on is he said earlier that the asymptomatic incidence was unknown at that time. That is simply not true. I think I said this at the last meeting. It was well known in public health circles that asymptomatic incident was quite widespread. I think even in the WHO report from the end of January, early February into the Chinese example, they felt that 25% plus of transmission was asymptomatic, and that probably implies that the actual percentage of asymptomatic cases is higher than that, because asymptomatic people are less likely to transmit. And we now know, of course, with the benefit of hindsight, that asymptomatic cases are probably up to about 70% or even higher, depending on whose reports you read. Right. So that isn't correct. And I think it's those sorts of misunderstandings that we want to get to the bottom of by having a proper independent report, whoever it's done by. And I appreciate everything Ralph said about the difficulty of running a public inquiry as Hertfordshire County Council. Our group debated this long and hard as to how that could possibly be done. But we'd like to see a mechanism to achieve that. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Nigel. You've used up your right to reply, of course. Oh, sorry.
Seconder. It was seconded.
Sorry, I've got you down as the...
It's Paul seconding.
Thank you. Nigel, I'm so sorry. Forgive me. Right, Fiona Hill.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm not going to repeat all the previous comments and obviously regret the tragic deaths. As has been mentioned earlier, we should firstly recognise how hard staff have been and still are working during this COVID-19 pandemic. There's been a huge amount of learning across numerous agencies. The board has acknowledged these facts, and its report will be going to scrutiny and is going to ad hoc care panel on the 2nd of November. There is a strong recommendation from the board to fully protect staff and residents in care homes, and this is uppermost in our minds. Finally, we now need to focus on the present and the future. Planning has not stopped, delivery has not stopped. We will continue to learn, monitor and review where appropriate, and as we are able to do within our guidelines. Thank you.
Thank you, Fiona. John Hale.
Thank you. Several members have referred to the powers under the Inquiries Act 2005, which they say the government has to have an inquiry and compel attendance. They imply that they would support such an inquiry, and therefore I asked the Conservative group to write to the Secretary of State asking for such an inquiry to be set up now, so that lessons can be learnt across the country in 2021, 2022, and we don't have to wait until 2026, 2027. In July, the Prime Minister promised an inquiry, but nothing has in the House of Commons and has been silent since. Again, I will make the comment I made earlier. Is this indifference or incompetence on the part of the government? Does the government really care about our elderly?
Right. Thank you. Nigel Bell.
Thank you, Chair. And I was going to speak originally anyway, but obviously after hearing Councillor Sangster's intervention, I just wondered if we could get the actual legal basis and of what he was told, maybe from Quinton or from the council's legal could be legal report could be sent to us all as county council, so we know where we stand. Of course, I know and I appreciate the county council can't initiate a public inquiry, but as others have said here, Ron and the other Nigel, we do need to have as independent a report or review as we can here. That's the reason why I brought forward my motion in July, and of course as the Liberal Democrats put forward their motion linked to their petition. Obviously a lot of that was to do with the Prime Minister again and his blatant blaming care homes and seemed to be distracting from his own and his own government's responsibility. So anything that can actually lead to a proper independent review, and call it what you like, with independent review into what happened with our care homes and our residents is what we're looking for from the Labour side. So if that can come forward, that's fine, and I'm sure we'll have members and others who can get involved in the scrutiny in December. But I would appreciate, and I'm sure all county councillors across the chamber would appreciate what legal advice that Councillor Sangster had. Thank you.
Thank you. And Margaret Eames Patterson.
Thank you, Chair. Our role here does involve holding government accountable. We've heard, as Ron summarised, that there was a very dangerous guideline given out by NHS England on the 19th of March for hospitals to discharge patients as soon as possible if they weren't needed to be in hospital, but without the proper forethought of protecting them where they were going. And that really boils down to testing again, that the government had not put in appropriate COVID-19 testing. Now, that is what we need a government inquiry about, and about the care homes. I've heard what Ralph said, and I agree with John Hale, just saying that we should be writing to government asking for this effective independent inquiry. I'm not sure how independent it can really be, but we really want to try to say, to give them the evidence that we can give them from Hertfordshire to make this an effective independent inquiry. I have been very worried about that NHS England guidance, and it just shows we do need to governance NHS England. Unfortunately, they aren't quite the same as Public Health England and didn't have the same infection control guidelines in place, actually. But it is, I would like to say we can contribute our part in Hertfordshire by contributing to a national inquiry, but also, sorry, I'm losing my voice, but also having our own care homes topic group where we also can collate the evidence to really understand what happened in Hertfordshire, and the people that died that really didn't need to die is tragic. So I think we actually have to be true to our residents and our population to do this as much of an inquiry as we can within Hertfordshire, and the topic groups are an appropriate way to do it, as long as it can also have some quantitative as well as qualitative information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Margaret. Right, if there are no other speakers, I'll now move to Paul Zukowski, who did reserve his right to speak. So, Paul, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you very much indeed, Colette. I've listened to this debate with great interest, actually. I think the question that, for me, really remains wholly unanswered is the guidance and guidelines that came down from NHS England. How were they implemented operationally on the ground, and what influence in terms of the operational implementation of those policies did HCC's decisions have? Because it's quite clear to me that officers have gone above and beyond what we would expect of them. But there's a question mark in my mind as to whether that supreme effort and superlative effort was undermined by decisions and policies that were made that actually caused more deaths and more problems than was absolutely necessary. It was going to happen anyway. And it comes down to that idea that actually we have the NHS England policy and guidelines and the UK situation, and that's completely separate, that's completely non-influenceable by HCC decisions on the ground. And I just don't accept that as being the case. It's just not the case, because we are the organisation that is responsible for adult social care in Hertfordshire. We make decisions about where those individuals who are discharged, where they go to. We have significant influence on that kind of information and that kind of decision making. And I would like to understand what part that decision making process played in the situation that then played out in care homes. And I don't think a national inquiry is going to answer that. And I don't think that this report, the HSAB report, answers it either, because it's not within the remit of the report. The terms of reference of the report were too narrow, too constrained, just didn't cut it. We need to weigh the risks, as Richard Roberts put down, because if we're going to learn the lessons of the first outbreak, so that we can limit the impact of a second outbreak, we need to learn them now. So we need that inquiry now. I take it from Ralph that, you know, we can't run a public inquiry as badged in the press as a public inquiry, but we can run an inquiry in public, and that is definitely within the gift of the county council to do. It may not be able to legally compel people to appear, but as the county council, I think it has a fair amount of authority to call people. So I really do think we need to be looking at this inquiry. I do think we need to do this, and I do want to know what happened, what the chain of command, what the operational procedures were, so we know what happened in our care homes.
You're out of time.
This inquiry, please do support this motion.
Right, thank you, Paul. Now could I invite Ron Tyndall to exercise your right of reply? And Ron, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Colette. I'm very interested that Richard has said that a detailed analysis is taking place in the department prior to the review coming to panel in November, and I trust that that analysis will actually refer and address the points I made in this in motion and speaking to it. Also, I should add that in no way am I wanting to undermine the review of the board nor the work of the board. This is concerning what happened in February, March and April, and the actions of NHS England and the government, which actually contributed or not, and that's the key. Nobody knows at the moment, and conspiracy theories arise in every time there's a vacuum of evidence. And so therefore, one of the good points about having a detailed inquiry would be to actually find out the truth of this. All I can do is set out the dates and the conjunction between the dates and what happened and when, and it does look extremely suspicious. But that is no reflection of the board. They would appear by their terms of reference, but prevented from actually studying it. I very much welcome David Andrews' statements, and I also would link that to Gordon Quinton, who said that severity of effects demand a study. Well, hopefully those studies would take place in our own topic groups. And I would ask that everybody considers what we are trying to do here. We're in the middle of a second wave. I don't particularly want NHS England making any knee-jerk reactions and directions and guidance in order to clear the decks if it needed, without regard for anybody else except that they need the bed space. And that, at the end of the day, is the suspicion that's what happened in March. It may not be true, but until we find out the truth of the matter, I still commend the motion to this chamber.
You're mute, Colette.
You're mute, Colette.
I've had notice that a recorded vote has been requested. So we need 8 members to support that request from Stephen Giles Medhurst.
I'm happy to support that request.
In chat, please.
Oh, right, in chat, okay.
Right, we have 8. Can you stop? Can you stop chatting, please? I'm going to hand over now to our legal officer.
Thanks, Chair. As with the vote this morning, I'll call out the names and ask for indication of votes in alphabetical order: for, against, or abstain. So moving swiftly on, starting with Andrews.
Against.
Ashley. Barnard. Bedford.
For.
Bell.
For.
Bennett Lovell. Bibby.
Against.
Billing. Bloxham. Bolton. Brewster.
Against. Against.
Bright.
Against.
Brown.
Against.
Brown. Sorry, I need to try that one again. Brown. Buckmaster.
Against.
Button.
Against.
Chesterman. Clapper.
Against.
Crofton.
Against.
Deering.
Against.
Duris.
Against.
Drury.
For.
Eames Peterson. Eames Peterson.
For.
Featherstone.
For.
Featherstone.
Against. Featherstone.
Gibson.
For. For.
Giles Medhurst. Giles
For.
Medhurst.
For.
E.M. Gordon.
For.
For.
S. Gordon.
Against.
S. Gordon.
Against.
J.M. Graham.
Against.
Against.
Graham.
Against.
Green Smythe. Green Smythe. Yes. Yes. Hale. Hale.
For. For.
Hart.
For.
Hart.
Can I ask people to mute if you are not voting? If you voted, not voting. Can we hold, please? Can we hold, please? Right. Can everybody make sure their microphone is turned off? We're getting so many echoes. Right.
So Hart.
Against.
Hastrict.
For.
Hearn. Heritage. Hewitt.
Against.
Hill.
Against.
Hollinghurst.
For.
Hone.
Against.
Howard. Hutchings.
Against.
Jarvis.
For.
Jones.
Against.
Kay,
Against.
Khan, King,
For.
For.
sorry, can I just check that again? So Khan,
For.
King,
For.
Mason,
Against.
McAndrew,
Against.
Mills, Mills Bishop,
Against.
Mitchell,
Against.
Muir,
Against.
Parker,
For.
sorry, Parker,
For.
Clancy,
Against.
Quilty,
Against.
Quinton,
For.
Ray,
Against.
Roberts,
Against.
Rowlands,
For.
Sangster,
Against.
R.H. Smith,
Against.
Stevenson,
Against.
Taylor,
For.
Fake,
Against.
Tyndall,
For.
Walkington,
For.
Watkin,
For.
West,
Abstain.
White,
For.
Williams, AD,
Against.
Williams, JD,
Against.
Williams, PT, Williams, TJ,
For.
Woodward,
Against.
Wyatt Lowe, CB,
Against.
Wyatt Lowe, WJ,
Against.
Wiley,
Against.
Sikowski.
For.
Thanks, I'll top those up.
Madam Chairman, did you get my message? It's Morris Bright here. I had a problem.
No.
I had a problem unmuting, so I'm against, but I couldn't get my vote across. Thank you.
Just checking.
Morris Bright said he couldn't get his vote across. He's just spoken and said he's against.
We disallowed that.
It was him personally, it wasn't somebody else.
Thought we clearly heard.
Chairman,
Richard, you're fine.
could you check that my vote was recorded?
I did, and it has been.
Thank you very much.
Right. The results are against 40, 23 for, 1 abstention. Therefore, that motion fails. Right, moving on to item 9 on the agenda, which is the report from the Health Scrutiny Committee. Can I invite Seamus Quilty to move the motion? And you have 5 minutes, Seamus.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Can I move the motion in my name and reserve my right to speak? Thank you.
You can. And can I invite Chris White to second? And if you do speak now, Chris, you have 5 minutes as lead speaker for the Liberal Democrat group.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to the diversity debate on this motion, I too, having formally seconded, will reserve my right.
Yeah,
sorry to be controversial.
Right, and now I'd like to invite debate, and I have Margaret Eames Patterson as the lead speaker for the Labour group, and Margaret, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair. Chris White will really like this one, I think, but my group across the county has become aware from residents of the inequity in dental service provision during COVID and what inequalities in health it's causing. By providing only emergency dental care and in places no NHS care, preventative dental health is not happening, with knock-on effects on children's teeth and adults' teeth. And there appears to be no effective guidance from NHS England or the CCG to address this. I wonder if we could, despite I think in the past of saying we weren't going to include dental health in scrutiny and the effect of COVID on dental health, I think we should include it in our scrutiny.
Right.
Could you?
Thank you, Margaret.
Seamus' comment, please.
Right. Right, moving on to the debate. All speakers have 3 minutes. Do we have anyone who wishes to contribute to the debate on this about whether that the report be received? No. Right. Chris White, you have 3 minutes to exercise your right to speak.
Margaret knows my weak spot here quite correctly. I mean, our role in health scrutiny is to scrutinise the NHS on behalf of our residents. That's not always fully understood, both by campaign groups and indeed by some professionals. Some are better than others. The oddity with dentistry, as she touched on, is the fact that it is not commissioned by the CCGs. I have no idea why that is. But is actually centrally commissioned, but that doesn't mean that we can't and shouldn't scrutinise it. What I think we've discovered is that it's immensely patchy. Some people have had excellent experiences, some have had very poor experiences, and looking at this and indeed hopefully producing helpful recommendations as to the future, in my view, would be helpful to everyone concerned and particular residents that we seek to support. So in principle, I think there is something we should do. Not a witch hunt, but the issue about preventive care and good dentistry is about prevention rather than extraction, is absolutely key. We've made enormous strides in dentistry over the last several decades, moving from a poke around and cause a cavity to treatments for children, preventative treatments for children, which I watch my kids go through, which basically have kept them away from more serious treatments ever since. But if we have a hiatus there, then not only will patients suffer, but there will be huge costs in the future.
Thank you, Chris. I'd now like to invite Seamus Quilty to exercise his right of reply, and you have 3 minutes, Seamus.
Yeah, thank you about that. I think I'd just like to draw all members back to joint meetings of the scrutiny committees back in July and August. And at that time, we discussed in great detail what areas we were going to bring forward onto our work programme. And needless to say, most of them were around about COVID 19 and the effects and all that sort of thing. We have in the past discussed dentistry in relation to the work programme, and unfortunately it hasn't actually made it up the list. Now at the moment we have a huge backlog of things we've got to scrutinise in relation to COVID-19, and they're real-time events that are happening, and we heard some of those, and I think you heard some of those earlier on, so I won't speak about them. But dentistry is a very, very important part of our health service. I know that my Vice Chairman Chris has mentioned it before, that we will look at it, but there is a problem with time, and therefore we will take it. We're doing everything in a priority, trying to prioritise anyway. It's very difficult because it's a very moving feast, the COVID-19. But what we're trying to do is to deal with that particular issue at the moment. We will do dentistry, Margaret, but it will have to be done when we're finished dealing with the COVID. We haven't got the capacity to bring it in now. So, but you can raise that under the work programme at our next meeting to remind us, which is on the forgotten when it is now. Is it the 19th September or something? September anyway, December, and we can bring it in then, and we can deal with it. You can suggest it then. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. That's it.
Right. Thank you. We now move to the vote. The voting box should appear at the bottom. Here we are. Item 9.1, Health Scrutiny Committee report. So off we go. Right, we have a majority, so that vote is carried. Right, moving on to item 10, returning officer and deputy returning officer indemnity. Can I invite David Williams to move the motion, please?
Thank you, Chair. At its meeting yesterday, Cabinet agreed to recommend to Council the motion on our order paper, which I move and which I urge colleagues to support. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Could I invite Ralph Sangster to second?
I second and reserve my right. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have Stephen Giles Medhurst for the Liberal Democrat groups. Stephen, you have 5 minutes.
I don't need 5 minutes. Happy to support, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. Judy Billing, lead speaker for the Labour group, 5 minutes to speak.
No, Chair, Judy's unfortunately had to leave us, but I'm speaking on behalf, and we do, as a Labour group, support this.
Thank you. Any other speakers? No, right. If Ralph, do you want to say anything, or you reserve your right? Do you want to use it?
No, thank you. I'm content.
David Williams, do you wish to exercise your right?
I have nothing further to add, Chair. Thank you.
Fine. Let's move to the vote then, please. Right, that vote has been carried. Thank you. Right, moving on to item 11, which is notices of motion under Standing Order 9(6). Can I invite Stephen Giles Medhurst to move the motion for 11A 11.1? Stephen? Is Stephen Giles Medhurst here?
I thought these had been referred to panel, Chair.
Yes. But I can invite him to move the motion and he has to say yes.
I have moved the motion. I so move, Madam Chairman.
Thank you. And Nigel Quinton to second.
I so second, Chair.
Thank you. In accordance with Standing Order 9(8), I've determined that the motion above will be referred to the Resources and Performance Panel for consideration. Item 11.2, JS Hale to move, Sandy Walkington to second.
I move the motion.
Thank you. Sandy?
I formally second. Thank you.
Thank you. Right, so in accordance with Standing Order 9.8, I've determined that the above motion will be referred to the Highways and Environment Cabinet Panel. 11C, 11.3, Steve Jarvis to move, Nigel Quinton to second.
I move.
Thank you. Nigel?
And I second.
Thank you. And according to Standing Order 9(8), that's been determined that the motion above will be referred to the Highways and Environment Cabinet Panel for consideration. Thank you, everybody. We've now reached the end of the meeting. Thank you for your time. Meeting is closed.